I was an agriculturalist, trying to get all I could for the land. But since that time, I've realized that this land is not just a resource to be used and abused. It's something that we have to take care of and look at all of it. We have to go back to the way it was if we're going to save these precious natural resources we've been given to enjoy.
Over the last several decades, we've been losing thousands and thousands of acres of our wetland habitats. Oil and gas, livestock production, agricultural producers, you name it. When you look at what the prairie used to be, you've lost all that water storage.
The river has some parts that are breathtakingly beautiful, but there are other places you want to cry because it's so dirty. And it's all the same river. Right now, we have an opportunity to take this gem, polish it off, and show it to the world.
The situation for fishing in state waters was just terrible, and we decided we were going to do something about it.
You gotta want to do it. You gotta want to be in this business. I've been going out there so long, it's just part of me now.
Here's my take. Every bend is a new adventure. It's just you and nature.
I'm kind of the steward for this land that's here. Hopefully I leave it better than the way I found it.
Well, good morning, everyone. I can't think of a better way to start the day and get us in the mindset than that lovely snippet of past Conservation Wranglers. As most of you know, I'm Joni Carswell. I'm the CEO at Texan by Nature, and I am so excited to see each of you in person today. It is really a joy to be able to get together and to engage in dialogue in person. And I'm excited for all of you that are joining us virtually. We have another 300 people that are joining us online this morning. So welcome to everyone. Today we'll discuss the future of conservation. We'll discuss this future through examples, lessons, and vision given across 3 panels. The 3 panels are going to dive deep on partnerships, metrics and analysis, and new models. But first, I'd like to start the day with gratitude. As I mentioned, it's a joy to see all of you in person and to be here together. But I also want to thank the folks who make this possible. I want to thank our sponsors and members. The partnership and enthusiasm that you bring to us every day of the year, not just today, enables each piece of the work that we do. I want to thank Latta Hill Philanthropies and Marathon Petroleum for underwriting our partner work. I want to thank HEB and Enbridge for supporting our Conservation Wrangler and Summit initiatives at the highest level. Phillips 66, NRG Reliant, EOG Resources, and DD Rose for continued partnership and support each and every year. Thank you to our silver and bronze sponsors as well. We are so proud to be supported by a group of diverse, committed partners from all across the state of Texas. As you see these partners today, or if you partner with them in your everyday life, please take a moment and thank them for the work that they're enabling across Texas and beyond. I'd also like to thank the Texan by Nature board members for the continued commitment to conservation and service to our organization. Laura Bush, Cynthia Pickett-Stevenson, Joe Crafton, Adair Margot, Neil Wilkins, Reagan Gammon, Tina Buford, Robert Horton, Elaine Magruder, Roxanne Newman, and Tamara Trail are all here today, and it's lovely to see you in person and have you here. And Ray Engel and Carolyn Miller, excited to have you joining virtually as well. And then finally, of course, to the Texan by Nature staff and team. I do not exaggerate when I say I am incredibly lucky to work with a group of rock stars. They make everything seamless, early, just incredibly simple to get done. So I want to thank Jenny Burden, Taylor Keys, Amy Snellgrove, Terry Pearsall, Kinsey Cherniak, Lauren Hart, Sahana Prabhu, Caitlin Tran, Elena Gale, Nicole Roy, and Anna K. Reeves. Thank you very much, guys, for taking part in our mission. So we want each of you to engage in dialogue today. This is not a summit to sit and listen. I want to turn the brain on, really think about what you're hearing, and think of good questions throughout the day. So here in the room, we'll have a microphone at the end of each panel to ask questions. We'll have someone coming around to get those questions. But online, we want you to engage as well. Please join us on our Slack channel. That is texan-by-nature.slack.com. texan-by-nature.slack.com. If you haven't joined yet, please join us there. Or if you prefer, you can send in questions to info@texanbynature.org. So Slack or info@texanbynature.org to submit questions virtually, and we will get to the ones that we can at the end of each panel. So as we get started today, I'll share a little bit about my process. I generally spend as much of my thinking time outdoors as I can. So whenever I need to put remarks together or think about our strategy, I go on a hike, I go for a run, I do it outdoors. And as I was thinking about how to kick off this year's summit, it was incredibly windy. And I don't know if it was windy all over Texas last Friday, but in Austin, it was really, really blowing. And I was reminded of the West Texas track meets of my youth, where you round the corner and you hit this wall of wind where it just brings you up short. And you have to dig deep to make even an inch of progress. That's what it felt like last Wednesday. And it struck me that in many ways, the last 18 months have been a similar experience to many of us. We've been presented with a wall of wind in some form or fashion. We've had to dig deep. We've had to adapt to keep moving. It's been gritty, not always pleasant, but our family, friends, and teammates have been there, even if just from a distance. And it struck me in thinking about this that we are at the perfect point in time to round the corner and take advantage of the tailwind. Take advantage of the resilience that we've built, the optimism we've banked, and the hunger for partnership and progress that we've each felt. We're at the perfect point in time to take what we learned today and apply it to a rapidly changing world. We're at the perfect point in time to radically shape the future of conservation. The future of conservation, just like Texas's beautiful landscape and leadership role in industry, is ever-changing, it's ever-evolving. And as we explore new models, business metrics and strategies, and best-in-class collaborations today, our goal in being here today is to inspire new partnerships and drive conservation innovation and conservation action. It's for each of you to leave here today and partner and do something different and new and more. Our goal is to work with each of you to define and radically shape the future. This is a future where we adjust and we take advantage of tailwinds such that we care for our natural resources, our economy, and our human health in equal measures. A future where the world looks to Texas as a model of conservation. A future where we each play a role in working together towards an impact that's far greater than what we could achieve alone. So as we continue to define and evolve the definition and example of the future of conservation, I encourage you, actually I'm going to challenge you, to engage today. How does each of the projects that are presented and were carefully selected today, how do they apply to you? How do you take their learnings, their ideas, and their innovations and utilize them in your home, in your workplace, on your land, in your community? Ask yourself the what ifs. What if I met someone new today? What if I developed a longer-term relationship? What if I looked at my own project in a new way? What if I applied a new framework or a model? What if I built on the learnings and the trials and the hunger of progress over the last 18 months and made change? We have leaders from every area of Texas, every issue in conservation, and industries across the state in the room and online today. Our future and the changes in front of us will be shaped by this team. I challenge each of you to engage with that team, to think deeply about what's shared and deeply about how you can progress that conversation and the future of conservation. So with that challenge, let's get started. Dr. McCormick, Dr. Glusenkamp, Alexis and Ryan, if you guys would go ahead and join me on stage. And if you haven't already, please silence your phones, or better yet, put them away if you're not engaging on the Slack channel, because we want to engage. So for each panel today, I will introduce the speakers all at one time. They'll each share their presentations in succession, and then after the final speaker, we'll have about 20 minutes of time for questions and answers. Again, if you're online, you can send questions to info@texanbynature.org, or you can go to our Slack channel, texan-by-nature.slack.com. So our first panel today is covering collaborative conservation. And collaborative conservation, as many of you who are repeat attendees, it is an ongoing theme at our summit because it is important. It's critical to what we do. Long-term success is truly dependent on collaboration. It is widely proven to achieve better results. It helps us problem solve. It brings us closer together with organizations and leaders. It brings us closer together to the community. It helps us learn from one another. It opens up new channels of communication. Collaborative conservation that spans conservation organizations, community, and industry have the same results that research shows for internal single organization collaboration. It allows us to be efficient with our time and resources and achieve bigger, broader results. Many times we see organizations, particularly in conservation, where we have over 150 organizations from small to large doing conservation in Texas, we see capacity gaps. We see some organizations strong in science, some strong in marketing, some strong in business acumen, and then, of course, industry, you see the same thing. So collaboration to us is filling those gaps. It's playing that role of a more efficient team to where we're building the capacity with one another and sharing each other's expertise towards different results. With our diversity of ecosystems, people, and industry in Texas, we have an opportunity to model what true deep collaboration looks like for the rest of the world. So today we'll hear from best-in-class examples of this, detailing landowner and community, industry, and NGO partnerships that result in big impact, from coastal restoration to international cooperation to species reintroduction to beverage production. These projects exemplify broad, far-reaching partnerships that can be replicated. During this session, we will hear from Alexis Baldera, Coastal Program Manager from Audubon, Texas, Dr. Rachel McCormick, Consul General of Canada in Dallas, Dr. Andy Glusenkamp, Director for the Center of Conservation and Research at the San Antonio Zoo, and Ryan Campbell, the CEO at Desert Door. As a reminder, you can submit questions via our Slack channel, live in the room, or to info@texanbynature.org. Please join me in welcoming Alexis.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here to kick off the summit today. As Joni said, my name's Alexis Baldera. I'm the Coastal Program Manager for Audubon, Texas. And we're so excited to be Conservation Wranglers this year for our Matagorda Bay Rookery Island Creation Project. And I really appreciate the introduction that Joni made, because it highlights some of the key points I'm going to make today. And I think you'll see that collaboration and partnership are such an important part of our work at Audubon. And so first I wanted to start by talking a little bit about what we do. So let me see here if I can get this to go. Is it the green button? Doesn't seem to be working. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so at Audubon, our mission is to protect birds in the places they need today and tomorrow. So it's a simple mission, and it's a big state, so we need a lot of partnerships and collaborations to achieve that mission. So this map here shows you some of the work that we do in Texas. These yellow stars, which hopefully you can make out, are our nature centers. We have 2 nature centers in Dallas, the Trinity River Audubon Center, the Dogwood Canyon Center, and then down in San Antonio, we have our Mitchell Lake Center. So these are kind of your classic nature centers. We can go out, see wildlife, do some hiking, participate in the amazing educational programs they have there. And down at the border, actually on the other side of the border wall, we have our Sable Palm Sanctuary, and it's a protected Sable Palm forest, one of the last remaining tracts in the United States. And then all along the Texas coast, you can't see it on this map, but I'll show you on the next picture, we have islands we manage through our coastal program. And then the purple highlighted areas on the map are actually representation of Audubon chapters. And so those are chapters that are associated with Audubon, but they work as their own separate nonprofit organizations. So we collaborate with them on a lot of different topics. And we have 5 key program areas that we work with at Audubon that align under our national strategic plan. So we have a bird-friendly communities strategy where we do, in Texas, we do Bird City Texas, where we collaborate with communities and they can get certified as a Bird City Texas city. We have our working land strategy where we partner with landowners who are raising beef and they can get certified when they're practicing grassland practices that are good for cattle and good for birds. We have a coast strategy, which is a program I work on and I'll be talking about today. We have a water strategy where we protect water for people and the environment. And then we have a climate strategy where we work on creative climate solutions and do things like advocate for protecting our natural infrastructure. And as I mentioned, our coast program spans the Texas coast. So on this map, you can see these red dots. Each dot is an island that we manage. And so most of these islands we're leasing from the Texas General Land Office. And we started leasing these islands in 1923 down at Green Island and up in Galveston Bay. And we manage these islands because they're important bird rookery habitats. They're primarily colonial waterbirds nesting on these islands. And those are birds that, as you might guess, they're called colonial because they gather every year in large colonies, and they come back to the same places every year. So the birds are there from February to September, and our islands are closed. We try to stay off them. And when the birds aren't there, we're out there doing habitat management. And so you can also see there's an arrow on this map, and that arrow is pointing to Chester Island, which is the focus of most of our work in Matagorda Bay. And I'd also like to point out that if you notice, we have a lot of dots up in the Galveston Bay. We have a lot of dots starting kind of in San Antonio Bay down to the lower Laguna Madre, but there aren't as many rookery islands up in Matagorda Bay. So the project is twofold. 1, to help protect the habitat at Chester Island, and 2, to work to add new habitat in Chester Island. And we have a great partner named Coastal Bend Basin Estuaries Program who helps us manage most of the islands from San Antonio Bay down. And it's a collaboration we couldn't do this work without. So zooming in on Chester Island, here's an aerial photo of what the island looks like from a bird's eye view. And if I can get to go to the next one, there it goes. It's a 73-acre island. You can see there's a whole bunch of different types of habitat on the island. There's trees, there's marsh, there's wetland, there's beach habitat. And that variety of habitats creates opportunities for lots of different birds to nest. And you can see on this picture here what that looks like closer up. So every year we go out in May, we participate in a statewide monitoring effort. It's called the Colonial Waterbird Society. And so if you're working on birds in Texas, there's 2 weeks in May, you're probably out there counting birds. We take a drone out. We have a great volunteer named Hank Arnold who took these pictures for us, and we count the birds looking down the tops of the trees. And so if you look at this picture, each kind of gray dot, gray blurry area is actually a nest. The white dots are birds, and if you see 2 little white dots, those are the chicks that have already hatched. And then we divide the island up into quadrants. We go out and count the birds. There's birds nesting within the trees, and there's birds nesting on the ground. And here you can see what that looks like. You can see the beach here. We have a tern colony nesting right on the sand. So terns and black skimmers are just going to scratch away a little bit of sand and lay their eggs right on the nest, right on the sand. And one of the things that's so unique about Chester Island is it has that tree habitat, it has this beach habitat, and if you notice on this picture, once you start getting into the grass, you see different birds. So you see brown pelicans. If there's a bush, you might see a laughing gull in that. And so that variety of habitat makes it a really special place, and every year we get about 20,000 pairs of birds that come to nest here, and that's across 18 different species. So there was a time in Texas's history because of overhunting, because of DDT, you didn't see birds like pelicans, herons, and egrets on the coast. And now when you go to the coast, it would be really weird not to see a brown pelican or a great blue heron or a bird like that. And so through conservation efforts of Chester Smith and others along the Texas coast on these islands, we've been able to help rebuild those populations. And this, recently we have 2.2 million bird watchers in Texas every year, which feeds into a $1.8 billion wildlife viewing economy. So if we protect places like Chester Island, we're going to continue to have birds for those people to come to Texas and see. And it's definitely work we don't do alone. So we've done this work through a partnership with the Army Corps of Engineers since 1962. So Chester Island is actually a created island. It was built in 1962 when the Army Corps dredged the Matagorda Ship Channel. And it's a placement site. So they dredge the sediment out of the channel to build the channel. They pile it up on an island. The island kind of started out as like a bare sand habitat, which is great for those birds that love to nest on the beach. But over time, vegetation was established naturally and also through the efforts of our coastal wardens. And now we have all those wonderful trees to birds to nest on as well. And now we have Tim Wilkinson and Peggy Wilkinson who manage the island for us. That's Tim there with the gray jacket. He's working with one of the collaborators on this project. And what that looks like when you get out there, it's a big event. So because we are already a designated placement site, the Army Corps of Engineers doesn't need additional permitting or permissions to put sediment on the island. And it's great for us because you'll see the video later, which I'm excited for everybody to see. You'll see that we get a lot of erosion on the island because we're so close to the ship channel. So when the Army Corps of Engineers goes out and does maintenance dredging, they'll let us know they have 100 cubic yards of sediment coming or 200 cubic yards or whatever it is, and we can advise them on where we'd like it to go on the island. So then they'll pump it out, and you can kind of see some construction equipment down there as well, and then we'll move it around to kind of create the best type of habitat we can create for birds on the island. And here's a picture to show you exactly how close we are to the Matagorda Ship Channel. The ship channel is going there, those rectangular shapes, that's a ship channel going through Matagorda Bay. Chester Island's circled there in red, so we're right next to the ship channel. The Gulf Intercoastal Waterway goes through that kind of green highlighted area, and so we get a lot of wave energy. And one thing that we expect to happen in the next 2 years is the Matagorda Ship Channel is expected to be deepened and widened. So we're gonna get bigger ships, we're gonna get even bigger waves, and so we're gonna experience more erosion on Chester Island. But the good thing about that project is that we will get a large placement event. So we have a restoration plan right now that contemplates about 300 cubic yards of sediment. If we could get that much sediment at once, we think we could make some gains to restore the island. This project is expected to give us 2 to 4 million cubic yards of sediment, so it's a huge amount. And what we'd like to do is take advantage of that placement event to slowly start migrating the island away from the ship channel. So you can kind of see, if this is a north-south map, we'd like to place the sediment on the northern side of the island, get a restoration plan so we can make the best use of that placement event. And then hopefully we'll still be close enough to the channel to be what the Army Corps needs us to be as a placement site, but the birds will have a little bit more protection from that erosion. And the other project that we're working on in Matagorda Bay is to add new habitat to this space. And so when the BP oil spill happened in 2010, the conversation quickly changed to restoration. So how do we restore those bird populations that were impacted by the oil spill across the Gulf of Mexico, across Texas, and where do we have sites that are also very vulnerable to oil spills and chemical spills? And with our proximity to the Matagorda Ship Channel, you can see that Chester Island, if there was a spill in the Matagorda Ship Channel, in the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway, you could have impacts to those birds that are nesting on the island. So I said we have about 20,000 pairs that come back to the island every year. And when we do the count across the whole Texas coast, that's actually about 60% of the birds that are nesting in the mid-Texas coast are nesting in this one place. So what Audubon did is we convened a technical advisory committee in 2017 to try to identify some new sites where we could build additional habitat and redundancy into this system. So here's our technical advisory committee here. We got state and federal agencies, we have nonprofit partners, we have a university, and we have Calhoun Port Authority. So all this technical expertise went into this project to help us think about what are the kind of factors we need if we're gonna build some successful new habitat in the Bay. And we came up with 5 new sites. Since then, we finished the report, and we have permits in hand for 2 of these projects through a grant with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. And we currently have a grant from the Texas General Land Office Coastal Management Program to do some additional modeling around the mouth of Cronquo Bay and hopefully get a permit for that site as well. And if we can get those permits in hand and continue that work, we're also applying for funding to get these projects built. So they can be quite expensive to build a new island. If we can get some beneficial use like we do at Chester Island, we can reduce the cost of those projects, and hopefully we'll have some more resilient, redundant habitat within Matagorda Bay. And one thing I'd like to put out on the map is you can kind of see, if you can see Espiritu Santo kind of on the south, and East Matagorda Bay kind of further north, you have some land barriers built in. So if you did have a spill or a catastrophic event, you'd have some protection between the older islands and the new islands. So our partners are important for us, not just to help us with technical expertise and to help us identify these new island sites, but they come out with us, they help us do monitoring. With the last couple years with coronavirus, we actually haven't been able to engage as many community members as we usually do. So Texas Parks and Wildlife has really helped us with our monitoring on the island. They have their staff participate in our annual monitoring count. This is our happy crew this year. It's always a good day to get out to Chester Island, and this is after the monitoring. And you can see Romy Swanson there in the blue in the middle. He's our Director of Conservation Strategy. But we have Texas Parks and Wildlife. We have contractors from Freese and Nichols who will donate their time. And then we also have volunteers who've been working with us since Chester Smith was the warden and now continued with Tim and Peggy Wilkinson. So there's a few needs for this project moving forward. A couple things I've already mentioned. So of course we need construction to actually, money to actually do the construction on these islands. We've applied for funding from a few different sources, and they're big ticket items. So I think it's gonna be a partnership. It's gonna be a few different groups working on that. We're also looking to update our restoration plan, so when we get that big placement event on Chester Island, we can take advantage of it and really do some good work for the birds. We're always interested in engaging with communities. So these projects have benefits to communities that are nearby the islands. The islands can do ecosystem services like nutrient filtering. They're storing carbon in their salt marshes. And they're even thought to create some buffer from storm surge and waves during hurricanes, because they can kind of slow down some of that wave energy. So we want to get out there with communities. We want to talk about these projects and how they might positively benefit communities. But we also want individuals to come out and join us and go birding with us. We have our annual Christmas bird count coming up in December. It's the first 2 weeks before and then the first 2 weeks after Christmas. And it's a great way to get out and bird. You can be a new birder, you can be an experienced birder, and it's all volunteers. And we often have private landowners who will open up their land for us so volunteers can get out and do those counts. There's also lots of bird festivals that aren't Audubon events, but we'll be at those, so come check us out. And then again, we're looking for community partnerships. So partnerships through Audubon Conservation Ranching or Bird City, Texas, or even if you have birds nesting on your land and you want to learn more about them or have some monitoring or talk about how to improve that habitat, we're happy to do that. And then last but not least, if you want to volunteer, you can reach out to us. We always need volunteers to help us with cleanups, with putting up signs, with monitoring on our islands all along the Texas coast. So I put my contact information here. You can reach out to me. That's my email address. We're also Audubon Texas or Audubon TX on all the platforms, so you can find us there. And so thanks everybody for the time today. Thanks for your attention. And look us up. We'll be here all day, and hopefully you can come birding with us. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Rachel McCormick, and I am Canada's Consul General to the South Central United States, and I want to thank Mrs. Bush, the Board of Directors, all of the staff at Texan by Nature for all the work that went into today, as well as all of the partners and collaborators that really advance the objectives of Texan by Nature. As a Consul General, I don't know how many of you have worked with us before, but I'm neither a consul as a lawyer or a general, so the name really doesn't make that much sense. But we have ambassadors in capitals, and we have consuls generals in the regions with countries that we have significant relationships with. And of course, Texas and Canada are very highly linked. We may seem far away, but we're really close. When I drive across Texas, it looks just like my home province of Saskatchewan, with pump jacks going, big fields, ranches, agriculture. We are very similar. we in Canada actually welcome over $23 billion of your goods and services every year. And a lot of that is in the energy sector. You have Enbridge, which is a fantastic Canadian company bringing energy products across the country, our countries, but also to Texas. But we also collaborate a lot on environment and conservation issues. And so today I'm going to take the chance to talk a little bit about what we're doing in Canada in terms of collaborative conservation, but then really dig into some ways that we're connected to show how our work together actually delivers really important results. So right now, we have a goal in Canada of reaching 30% conservation of spaces by 2030. There's lots of different ways we're doing that, and there's different types of conservation efforts, just like here in Texas. So we have things like habitat joint ventures, where we work with corporations, non-governmental organizations, as well as other levels of government. We focus on priority areas for bird and waterfowl. We have 55 national wildlife areas. Those are on federal grounds, but we also work with partners in those capacities as well. We have 92 migratory bird sanctuaries, which have protected 11.5 million hectares, and we have 48 national parks. We have 39 regions within Canada, and we have 7 left to build national parks and urban parks in to make sure we have all of our species and spaces protected. We've really moved away from a species-specific, single-species approach to conservation to thinking about multi-species, protecting spaces, and an ecosystem-based approach. Part of that is really working with companies, industry, but also as well as with our First Nations. And so that's one of the areas of collaboration I just wanted to highlight a little bit today. I think I skipped back. I don't know if somebody can skip it the other way, or I can. There we go. Oh. So Canada has a commitment to work with our Indigenous communities, and we understand how important conservation is to our First Nations. They are able to, through Indigenous protected conservation areas, determine the objectives, the boundaries, the management plan, as well as the governance structure for protecting that land. The idea is to advance a multi-generational view of stewardship with recognition to the fact that their relationship with the land has gone for centuries and will continue for centuries. In our Indigenous Guardians pilot program that we have right now, we have already established many efforts. And this is a way to actually allow Indigenous rights and responsibilities to be advanced through conserving ecosystems and also developing sustainable economies. So it's really that intersection of business, conservation, and culture. And it's a very important part of our work for reconciliation with our Indigenous peoples in Canada. So the types of things that we fund through those partnerships are research, surveys, gathering traditional knowledge, improving habitat, and capacity building and education. So I just wanted to profile that as something that I think is a really innovative approach to collaboration that we're advancing in Canada. I want to jump now into sort of how we collaborate with the United States in general on conservation, environment, etc. I don't know where I'm supposed to point. There we go. So I'm going to talk a lot about birds today. So the protection of migratory birds. We also have an international joint commission and a boundary waters treaty. Those are both 100-year-old treaty agreements. We knew 100 years ago that our water and our species would not survive without each other. 43% of our border is actually water. We have 20% of the world's fresh water shared between us. So we have to work together. I'll talk a little bit more later about the fact that our birds spend a lot of time down here. We talk about the original snowbirds. Very happy that the border is open. My mother-in-law is driving down right now with her golf clubs and her coffee maker, and she is very excited to not be in Canada for the winter this year. We also work on things like butterflies, bats, caribou, and we have something called the North American Commission for Environmental Cooperation. I mentioned before the significance of trade in North America. So this commission was actually established at the same time as the trade agreement, the NAFTA. So it was a side agreement that said that we were going to work together to conserve our species and spaces and work together to solve problems that we were facing. We knew that we were jointly connected by air, by our birds, mammals, our fish, and that we needed to work together to conserve them. And so it's really a good indication of how long we've recognized that our economy and our environment, working with industry and government together, is important for achieving results both for the economy and the environment. So, as I said, the original snowbirds, 78% of our bird species spend at least half of the year outside of Canada. That's important. It's important for us to work with y'all. See, I'm getting it, y'all. Haven't started the all y'all, but I'm getting there. Half of the year outside of Canada. So what you all do down here to conserve bird species is really important for us, but what we do is really important for you. This space on the map is called the Prairie Pothole region. We call ourselves the duck factory of the North. And when I worked at our embassy in Washington, D.C. for 5 years before coming to Dallas, and I headed the energy and environment section there. So I was really the core of our bilateral relationship on everything relating to pipelines, birds, water, everything. And every year we would have an event with Ducks Unlimited in the United States and Ducks Unlimited in Canada. And it was one of the most significantly attended events by cabinet members, no matter the administration in place. Because I think a lot of people, it's a very tangible thing that these birds, these waterfowl, are born in the Prairie Pothole region. And if that region is not conserved and those spaces are not protected, they can't fly down here. So they can't spend that winter down here. And I think it's a very good demonstration of how we work together. And so it's not just working together, it's actually financial flows. And so I don't know if all of you know this, but in 1989, there was actually a North American Waterfowl Conservation Act that was established. And so your Congress actually appropriates about $15 million annually to protect waterfowl. And half of that goes outside of the United States, but it's matched. And it's matched by industry partners, it's matched by provincial governments, it's matched by the Canadian government, and it has had significant results for waterfowl in North America, and we'll talk about that. Ducks Unlimited has been very integral to matching and multiplying that impact. So since that time, we've had 3,100 projects, $1.9 billion in grants, and $4 billion in matching. And that means 31.5 million acres of habitat for waterfowl breeding grounds has been protected up there. So here's just two examples of waterfowl that you would see down here. And the red pinkish color is where the babies get born. So it really talks about why we are that duck factory of the North and how we are connected and how if we do not conserve our wetlands and our spaces, those ducks are impacted directly. And what y'all do is really important for what they do in the winter when they luckily escape the minus 30 and minus 40 degrees that are up there. So this is just an example of what's happened. If you look at this, you can see the difference that's happened in terms of wetlands compared to other areas as a result of this collaboration that we have, and how significant this has been in terms of both the funding, the collaboration, the projects, the space that's been conserved, but also the species that have been restored. So 35 million waterfowl gained since 1970 as a result of this collaboration. I want to dig into one specific species because I think it's really a great demonstration. So again, the breeding grounds for the whooping crane. Wood Buffalo National Park is about 17,000 square miles large. It's about the size of 2/3 of the Texas Panhandle. So they have been cooperating with Aransas National Wild Refuge on the Gulf Coast. And they've gone from 20 remaining whooping cranes in the 1940s to over 500 at the last count. So this is a really concrete demonstration of how northern Alberta and southern Texas work together to actually save a species. And I think this is really, really important. And I know the San Antonio Zoo has a role in the whooping crane conservation as well. Audubon as well does too. And I have to say, if you haven't gone to the Trinity River location for Audubon, it's fantastic. Every place my husband and I get posted, we start a Girl Scout troop. And we have really enjoyed bringing Girl Scouts to your location and helping them learn about the importance of working in conserving and taking action themselves, and really building that next generation of people that contribute back and understand how their day-to-day impacts impact the world. The last thing I want to talk about is butterflies. I talked about the NAFTA. So the NAFTA was signed in San Antonio, and the image for the North American Commission for Environmental Cooperation, that side agreement for the environment, is the monarch butterfly. It's that image up in the top right-hand corner. And part of the reason for that is that the monarch requires all of us to survive, all 3 of our countries. So there's the migratory route for them. And you know, it's not just for their survival that they need us, but we also need them. Texas exports $1 billion in agricultural products to Canada a year, and you import $1 billion of agricultural products a year. It's almost perfectly balanced. We know that there are pollinator collapses that are happening, but we also know that we can work together to build those spaces for pollination that are so important. It's not just important for them, the species, but it's also important for food security in North America. It's important for our economies, and I think that integration and that two-way benefit of our efforts from industry and conservation is important. That bench there that's highlighted is a bench that talks about a North American friendship. And it's from a pollinator garden that we installed at Confluence Park in San Antonio. And so it's just a really good recognition of how we are all connected through flyways, whether it's for birds or butterflies. We've done actually a similar garden in Austin, and we'd love to partner with folks here in Dallas to do something similar. But I think it's just a really good on-the-ground demonstration of the importance of our connections for the environment, for species, but also for our economy. I always say that the butterflies, as they carry that pollination, are sort of the original long-haul truckers that go down the 95 from Canada to Texas, and they're carrying something that's important for all of us. And so I think they're just a great image for our cooperation together, and how conservation really depends on all of us working together, not just within subnational boundaries, but across international boundaries. Thanks very much, and I look forward to talking further.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Andy Glusenkamp. I'm Director of Conservation in San Antonio Zoo's Center for Conservation and Research. I'm really happy to be here talking about our horned lizard project today. It's one of many projects that we work on at the zoo. There's no sort of single model for the type of work that we do. I like to try and keep as big a toolbox as possible so that we can put the right tools at the right problems. And you'll see some examples of that during my talk today. So I'm just curious, how many of you have seen a Texas horned lizard in the wild? All right, that's great. So those of you who raised your hands, you know that there are far more individuals who have not. And probably your kids or grandchildren, they might not believe you, that used to go around and pick up a bucket full of them in the backyard after school every day. It sounds crazy. I've heard those stories about 7,000 times, so I suspect it's true. And that's a huge part of why we started the horned lizard reintroduction project. So I'll just say flat out, this thing is not even close to being at risk of extinction. It's state listed as threatened, which means don't eat them or sell them. But that legal status, that regulatory status for the species really isn't all that important in comparison to how much Texans love this organism. So like I said, it's beloved. I don't know anyone that doesn't like horned lizards. It's iconic, right? This is a really approachable image of the West that's instantly recognizable. And they used to be really abundant. You know, those of you that raised your hands, you probably saw lots of horned lizards when you saw them. I'm guessing, and you can catch me later and tell me your personal stories, but I'm guessing most of you I could usually guess the president who was in office the last time you saw a horned lizard, depending on where you live. If this is a Dallas crowd, then I'm guessing Reagan was president the last time you saw a horned lizard. Well, they started to decline in the 1950s and really blinked out in a lot of areas by the late 80s. So Austin area, we used to have lots of horned lizards in South Austin. Where would you put a horned lizard now? In the parking lot at Bed Bath & Beyond? No. But it's not all doom and gloom, and that's another reason why I'm so proud of this project, because working in conservation, and those of you who have televisions at home or read, you see conservation stories all the time that they're sad. It's not getting better, and we all know that eventually we kind of tend to tune out things that make us feel bad. I hope, bear with me, this project is one that should make you feel good. And a lot of conservation work really does have a bright and happy ending. That potential is in the future. We really need to focus on that because nobody wants to work on a lost cause. Okay, so we all love them. They're doing okay, but they're a really great representation for sort of things that need our help just a little bit. I finally decided to come clean, and I just called them a Trojan horse. So the horned lizard is my Trojan horse. In fact, we have that giant horned lizard at the zoo. It's pretty cool. Because everybody likes them. I don't need to argue with the landowner about why they should care about horned lizards. They know. It's different with other species I work on, like tiny blind spiders that live in caves. That's a tough sell. Horned lizards aren't. And people are extremely enthusiastic about bringing horned lizards back to show their grandchildren or for other people, their neighbors, to have the same experiences that they had. And so in managing for horned lizards, it's very simple. It's managing for native biodiversity on a landscape level, right? Horned lizards aren't super special or difficult compared to all the other things that live in that community. And one way to sort of get through to folks that might not be familiar with horned lizard ecology, I'm sure there are a couple in this room that don't know a lot about horned lizard ecology, but you probably know a bit about quail ecology. And there you go. That's all you need to know. Right? They like the same kind of habitat. So when I talk to people about, well, look, you could be managing for horned lizards. Well, we're really focused on quail. Okay, you're managing for horned lizards. They like the same habitat. So it's an easy sell. And why do I care? Why do I need a Trojan horse? Well, I don't need to tell you why we need to value conservation, but this is a really important tool out of that big toolbox to encourage voluntary conservation efforts on the part of private landowners on a large scale. That little white blind spider ain't gonna do it. I love them. Oops, sorry. There we go. So what are we doing about that? We're gonna bring lizards back to places where they've disappeared in recent decades. And it's a bit of a tall order because it requires that whole build it and they will come. Some of the properties that we've looked at, they're great. They're ready to go. The vast majority of sites that we've looked at as potential reintroduction areas, they need a little bit of tweaking. Either some prescribed fire or brush management, encouraging native forbs and grasses, controlling mesocarnivores or invasive species like fire ants and hogs. Once again, those are kind of standard tools that we use in conservation. It's not some magic horned lizard recipe. But that's what we're doing, is providing that advice and guidance to landowners, working with others, our partners at Texas Parks and Wildlife. I try to defer to them for landscape management because I'm a zoologist, not a landscape biologist. And the strategy is to produce large numbers of horned lizards and, importantly, to produce protocols that can be shared with others, modified, replicated. We're a very small program. I have 4 staff, and we have several other large projects that we're working on. We never imagined that we would be able to meet the demand for horned lizards with our efforts. However, we've got a great team, really good resources. we're in San Antonio, which is an awfully good place to work on horned lizards. And so we're in the perfect position to really work on developing these methodologies, both for producing horned lizards, for managing horned lizards, for conducting reintroductions of horned lizards, and hopefully establishing viable horned lizard populations that will spread to other places, right? We're not trying to make dots on a map. We're trying to seed the landscape with horned lizards again. And there's no manual for doing this. So every step of every process, it's a step in the dark. And we're constantly adapting what we do so that we can fine tune it to work with for our lizards. Critical to this effort is broad collaboration. I honestly don't have time in this talk to even list by name all of the collaborators and partners who have joined us in this effort. Other zoos, state agencies, but really, really importantly, private landowners and individuals who are passionate about advocating for horned lizards and biodiversity in general. And I wanted to share this photo because it captures most of those components. The individual on the right is Matt Winkler. He owns the ranch where we have our first release site, where we've been conducting horned lizard releases for the last year. And that through his generosity in providing access to his ranch and managing it, that's given us, literally a foothold on getting horned lizards back on the landscape. The individual holding the phone is a master naturalist member she's not texting. She's actually looking at a map that we developed that has a GPS point for every harvester ant mound in our release area. So we're able to use this map to go to specific harvester ant mounds and look at the horned lizards, look for the horned lizards that we put there. And then the other two individuals in that photo on the left side, that's Paul Bunker. He's president of Chiron Canine. He is a conservation dog trainer who reached out to us once he heard about the project. And since then, we've been collaborating on developing a network of dogs and their owners who are trained to detect horned lizards. So I'll talk a bit more about that later. So here's an individual who actually runs a business that does this thing that we need and has been super generous in donating his time and expertise because he gets it, he's passionate about it. And not a native Texan, he's actually British. So you don't have to have those childhood memories of horned lizards to love them. So there we have the low-tech approach and the high-tech approach. Collaboration, generosity of landowners, all in one single iPhone photo. In addition, we do have some corporate partners on this. It's been great working with Toyota Motor Manufacturing of Texas. They're one of our earliest supporters of this project. They're working on restoring part of their 1,700-acre campus to be nice, diverse native habitat that hopefully will include horned lizards once they get their acreage up. It's going to be a beautiful thing and visible from space, which is kind of cool. So our corporate partners are just as excited about this effort as the kids who come and tour the zoo. Like, everybody loves them. And this overlap photo here, it shows members of our Texas Horned Lizard Canine Detection Team. So these are dogs who have demonstrated the appropriate aptitude for finding lizards and their human friends. And both human and dogs form teams that are trained over a period of, it can actually happen in about 45 days. About 4 or 5 days to 2 months of training from zero to deployable. This is super important because, one, they're volunteers and dogs don't charge a rate. So this is really good for a tiny program. Also, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket with one single person and a dog, and that's failed in many other efforts historically because people get divorced or they go back to grad school and the project ends. So here we have a network, a phone tree of volunteers who we can call on and hopefully not burn out any one individual. As important as collaboration is, I think using these traditional but not frequently employed techniques like dogs to detect lizards is really important. So yeah, it's cheaper. And I've got a bunch of detectors here. We're still growing this volunteer network. I don't need to tell you that dogs are good at finding things, but also it's minimally invasive, right? Nothing happens to the lizard. It gets sniffed at and the dog sits next to it versus other techniques are used now, which include RFID strips, the little radio backpacks, and those are fine. But if I'm releasing 100 lizards at a time that are this big, I can't put a radio backpack on them. And I couldn't afford the backpacks in the first place or the technician time to go find the lizards on the landscape. So God bless dogs. Oh, I'll also point out that human volunteers, like this individual in the middle of that photo, he really wanted to be on the team, but he didn't have a dog. And so that's okay. We thought of this when we developed the network. Paul will source an appropriate dog from a shelter and place it with a volunteer who provides a forever home. So, get ready. We're saving dogs to help save lizards. That one gets me. Other partners include Freetail Brewing, so they have their Conservation beer where they showcase an endangered species on the can, and they raise money to go to the conservation for that species. It's highly stylized. Suffice to say, that's a Texas horned lizard, so run out there and drink that Freetail beer. It's pretty good. And I just wanted to show an example of what the dogs do in the wild, right? It's what your dog does when you go for a walk. They find poo and they sniff it. And this is Gren. She's our first pilot dog. So we started with one dog in person and went through the whole process to make sure that it was going to work, and now we're blowing it up. So there she is. Just really quickly, some numbers. So our initial release area, it's that green blob at the top of the map. That's about 270 acres. It's been under active conservation management for over 15 years, which is great. And we are actually doing focus management in that area to benefit harvest ants and horned lizards. So prescribed fire, going out and treating fire ant mounds with steam, so we don't hurt the ants. The ranch itself is 2,000 acres. And there are 6 county parks, private nature preserves, et cetera, within a very short distance of this ranch. And what separates them is other large privately owned ranches that are primarily these non-traditional landowners, who I truly feel are our salvation in Texas now, because they're increasing in number, and they have very different perception about what's valuable about that land versus the farmers and ranchers of old who were forced to wring every nickel they could out of every acre. 325 lizards, if everything goes right, that's how many lizards we're going to be releasing per site over a period of 3 to 5 years. And if you look at this slide, those individual wild-caught lizards, they're really diverse. So we need to color match our lizards with the soil at the release site, which means we need to keep a really large breeding colony, and they need to work hard. And here's how we do it. So currently the lab has about 50 breeding individuals. We're working towards expanding that so we have about 200 breeding individuals in the population. And same thing with juveniles. So here's a clutch of hatchlings. We're at a capacity to produce up to 200 babies per year. We'd really like to make that 1,000. With that, we could be operating 3 separate releases at different sites simultaneously. We've already released 107 lizards on this site, and as of Saturday, we found one with the help of 60 Boy Scouts. And so what do we need? The acute need right now is to to complete construction of these labs. So you can see these shipping container labs. We've installed them, we painted them, there are doors cut. There aren't stairs even to get up to them. So we're still fundraising to finish this infrastructure that will then allow us to quadruple our capacity. And the beauty of shipping containers is that if we want to keep going, we just keep stacking them. And really the chronic issue is that this project is entirely supported by grants and donations. So we spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to keep that thing floating. I'm just gonna tell you all now, what I really need is an endowment to support this effort so that we can focus our time on actually doing this work to benefit native biodiversity. What else can you do? Become a horned lizard advocate, visit your zoos, visit local parks, talk to your neighbors about the shared resource that you have, right? Horned lizards don't care about fences, neither do most other things. And there are a lot of ways that you can get involved that suit different individuals. And I'd like to direct you to these two websites, the Zoo's conservation page and Texan by Nature's page about this project, and you can learn a lot more. The Zoo page, if you're curious about some of the other work we do, there are brief descriptions of a bunch of the other conservation projects that we're working on. Thanks. It's all right, it's Halloween-ish time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to y'all today. Mrs. Bush, when I call my mother tonight and tell her I spoke in front of you, I promise you it will be the best day of her life, bar none. So, wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about this culture of conservation that we've built in this company called Desert Door. So it's a company started by me and two other guys. We're actually all former military, and we met at the University of Texas. And this was actually our class project. We got an A on it. And the entire company was founded upon one simple question. And that question has had this dramatic impact and effect on the culture of our company and has driven us to be a company that is hyper-focused on conservation. And that simple question is, how do you make a liquor from a plant nobody wants? So this picture is a great allegory of West Texas. Wide open spaces, nothing to be seen, but in the forefront is a plant that speaks most to the history, the landscape, and the people of West Texas. So this is the Sotol plant. This is the plant we actually make our liquor from, and it grows wild out in West Texas. If you go out to West Texas today, there are actually cave drawings of this plant. Natives used it as a plant to sustenance, to live and survive for 10,000 years. They would make baskets from its leaves. They would make weapons from its stalks. They would also cook it and eat it. And about 1,000 years ago, they figured out, after cooking it, if they put it in these holes in the ground, and they actually mash it up and add water to it and come back a couple days later and drink the water, they would get drunk. So it is actually the first known fermented beverage or beer ever consumed in North America was made using the Sotol plant right here in Texas. 300 years ago, the Spanish show up, teach them how to distill it, and it was all lost to history due to prohibition and other government regulations, and we're bringing it back. So when we began this, we knew that these plants existed out in the wild, and we wanted to basically develop a process that would make it so we never had to farm this plant forever. So we sat down to develop that process. So what we do is we cut all the leaves off of the plant and we harvest it right above the root system, so the plant actually grows right back. We only harvest about 20% of the plants per acre at any given time, and we will only harvest an acre about once every 12 years. We follow this process to the T, and we're already seeing plants growing back. Once we've actually harvested the plant, This is what it looks like. This is actually a small version of it, but we take it to our distillery in Driftwood, Texas, where we cook it under high pressure and steam, and then we squeeze the heck out of the plant, and this juice comes out. That juice we ferment, and then we ultimately distill it out and make a super high quality spirit with it. But there's a leftover plant material as well. Currently what we do is we take that leftover plant material, and we take it back out to West Texas where we mix it up with cottonseed and molasses, and we feed it to the animals that graze on the property. And they actually fertilize the regrowth of the plant. So at this point, we've developed a process and we've developed a product that is beyond sustainable. Because the thing is, if you go out to somewhere we were at, say 3 years ago, it would look like we were never there, okay? We didn't plant the plant, we didn't water it, we didn't fertilize it, there's no insecticides, no pesticides, yet we took about 4 bottles of liquor out of the, 4 bottles of liquor per plant that we harvested out of the ground, and it would look like we hadn't touched it at all. So with that being said, we then started to ask ourselves, how could we then take the liquor and put it in something that people could reuse? This is our 200 milliliter flask. For most liquor companies, this is a product that they anticipate customers will buy and throw away. For us, this is actually made out of 304 stainless steel. It's something that you're supposed to buy once and reuse the rest of your life. You can take it hunting, you can take it fishing, you can take it rock climbing. In fact, we drive the point home so much that it actually comes with a carabiner on it. We've done that with all of our packaging. The bottle you saw in the beginning is actually a ceramic bottle. It comes with a swing top lid. It's intended to be reused for multiple purposes. In fact, if you bring it to us in our distillery, we will exchange it out for a full bottle. You have to pay for the new one, but we also will give you a free cocktail. It's a pretty good deal, right? So the thing is as we started making these decisions, what became interesting is we started attracting people who were equally interested in these types of things. We have a company filled with people who are passionate about conservation. They're passionate about working at Desert Door because of the things that we do. We've also attracted other partners, people like the East Foundation that we're working with, or Texas Parks and Wildlife, or SELA, and on the list goes. And we've created this incredible community of people that are all focused around conservation. So then we started to say, well, how can we hang out a little bit more together? So we went and we started doing conservation projects as a company. We funded, our first one was a prescribed burn out in West Texas where we set 1,000 acres on fire as part of a grasslands restoration. And again, we started to ask more questions, like, what can we do with all these burned atoll plants? And so we made a liquor out of it. We call it Backburn. Now, we only made it once. We'll only do it once, but it was the first in what we call our conservation series. This is our bottle here. Outside feels like earthenware, sandpaper-ish. Okay, and the bottom is actually a raised topography map of Big Bend. These things started entering into our consciousness in ways that we didn't actually plan. We didn't sit down and say, what conservation thing can we do today? It started becoming a part of who we were. So we did more projects and more, and our community has continued to grow. This was a cedar removal project that we did down in Wimberley, Texas this last year. The entire company shut down, and we went out and as a team we're removing cedar. And we came back and we actually harvested the juniper berries on it. We have a habit of wanting to make liquor out of stuff. I'm sorry, guys. Okay? But we made a botanically infused sotol out of it. Okay? And as this has continued to grow and grow and grow, we found, as part of our conservation series, our original commitment was that we were going to donate a portion of the proceeds from every bottle to a conservation organization. And we just found that there wasn't one who thought about it and cared about it the way we did. Not to say there's not a lot of great organizations, but this became very personal for us. So we founded our own 501c3. It's called Wild Spirit, Wild Places. Our CEO, Dr. Karen Luby, is actually here with me today. And it's committed to the preservation of rangelands and ranchlands and the way of life of West Texas. We just frequently say we want to keep wild places wild. And so in that same vein, Desert Door has undertaken multitudes of different conservation projects, but we don't think or talk about them that way. We actually have our own beekeeper. We have bees on multiple ranches around the state, and her job is to go around and tend to them. We do mentored hunts with Texas Parks and Wildlife because we're trying to breed the next generation of conservation-minded hunters. We're doing projects with people like East Foundation to highlight what true cowboy lifestyle is like. We're doing tons and tons of things, and it's interesting because it's become a part of our consciousness. It's no longer just a question that we asked, but it really is interesting because it all started with one simple question, which is, how do you make a liquor from a plant that nobody wants? Thank you.
Thank you to each of our speakers. Fantastic presentations. So we have about 20 minutes now for Q&A. So if you would, we'll have some Texan by Nature staff members with microphones. If you have a question in the room, if you would raise your hand and we'll get to you as quickly as we can. And if you are joining us virtually, you can submit via our Slack channel or to info@texanbynature.org. So any questions to kick us off? We have one down here in the front, Jenny. Or Reagan, do you want to?
I can talk really loud. Alexis, on the islands, all the areas that you're restoring, is there much plastic waste that comes onto those islands from the Gulf?
Yes, yeah, and the question, if you couldn't hear in the back, was do we get a lot of plastic waste on the islands we manage? And the answer is yes, we get a lot of debris washing up on our shores. And it depends on where you are in the coast. Sometimes you have kind of places where the trash will aggregate more, but during the winter we spend a lot of time going out and removing that debris, and we're actually planning a couple of volunteer events in Galveston for December to get out and try to get some of that stuff off the islands because it can interfere with the birds in the nesting.
Alexis, how do people find out about those volunteer events to come help you out?
Yeah, they can check out our website, and we'll have it on our events page on our website. We haven't set the dates yet, so they're not there yet, but they will be there soon.
Thank you.
Right here, Joe.
Thanks.
For the horned lizard reintroduction, what is in your toolbox to get rid of fire ants and pigs?
Well, I think you know how we get rid of pigs. Standard removal practices. The fire ants is really a tricky one, and fortunately, I spent several years long ago working for a consulting company where basically all I did was murder fire ants around endangered species caves. It's really that was very challenging, the same way it is challenging here. You can't use Amdro or any toxic material to treat your ants because they're not species specific, and you will impact your native ants, your good ants, at least as much as the fire ants. So fire ants, y'all know, they pop up like mushrooms after a rain. Those harvester ant beds, right, they call them red ants, and they make the big gravel apron around their nests, and they harvest seeds and things. That nest has one queen. She might live 20 years. If you dump gas on it or they go out and get some Amdro on accident, it's gone. So I want all of you to flip the way you look at harvester ant mounds. Think of them as low-lying oak trees. They're extremely important for that habitat. And we wouldn't think of just like poisoning or hacking down a random live oak on our property. Same thing with harvester ants. So what do I use for fire ants? Steam, hot water. The old-fashioned way we do it is a turkey fryer, a bunch of galvanized buckets, and picks, and go out there and basically boil and dig and boil and dig. That's terrible work. So I designed a system, and there are other ones in use to this date. In fact, I bought back one of the systems I designed years ago for this project, which is a trailer-mounted portable hot water pressure washer. I put a 40-inch custom-made stainless steel wand on it, and it's like laser surgery for ants. So it's extremely specific. I am injecting 3,000 PSI of boiling hot water at 4 gallons a minute into that ant mound and none other. And it works great. In fact, excuse me, I was on our release site Saturday, and I literally did not see a single fire ant. May and June of last year, I treated around something like 150 harvester ant mounds. I probably treated about 3,000 fire ant mounds. So dramatic difference. And I lost 20 pounds. You could do it at home. Why do it at home? Hottest water I can get out of the tap, a drop of dish soap, and just dig it into the mound. Keep in mind, you're not trying to get them clean. The dish soap is just to break the surface tension in the soil and to deal with that annoying habit that you can't drown them because they hold air against the hairs on their cuticle. But man, you add a little dish soap to that water, it breaks the surface tension, and the little fire ants drown.
Have you partnered much with TCU on this?
From the very beginning. So Dean Williams at TCU, he is a horned lizard geneticist. We've been collaborating with Dean from the beginning of this project. In fact, I worked with Dean quite closely for years when I was the state reptile and amphibian biologist for Parks and Wildlife. In fact, it is Dr. Williams' work at TCU that basically opened the door for all of the horned lizard reintroduction programs that are going on right now. Fort Worth and Dallas Zoos also have programs, and that's because Parks and Wildlife funded him to do a statewide genetic analysis of the species, and he basically found that there are 3 groups in the state, but within those regions, you can shift individuals around and not mess up the population structure. So that was sort of the thing that started horned lizard reintroductions, because those of us who were queued up to do it finally had the green light. We knew that we could breed lizards from different places and turn them loose somewhere else and not hurt lizards that are already in the wild. Go horned frogs.
Hi, this is Sarah. I've got a question for Desert Door. Thank you for your effort to make everything into a liquor. I wondered whether you had any thoughts or approaches to water supply as it relates to your overall production line.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's, so, you know, sometimes there's been like happy accidents and stuff like that. When we first built our distillery, the fire chief required that we put in 30,000-gallon water tank because there wasn't a fire hydrant within a quarter mile of it. I'm so angry. If you've ever started a business, there's hidden costs. This was a very large hidden cost. And what's amazing is that kind of idea of like, how can we conserve things? What we did is we actually converted that into our cooling system for our entire plant. So we save on average about 10 to 20,000 gallons a week now in wastewater. There's a lot of cooling water that's necessary in order to convert steam back into a liquor again. And then we also are very attentive to the actual water supply that we used to put in our liquor. We take stuff right out of the aquifer on a well. But we filter it really, really good to put it in. But water is always kind of an issue for distilleries, for breweries, and that kind of stuff. And thankfully, this fire chief knew better than I did at the time and has created where we like are probably the lowest water using distillery in the state. It's crazy.
Dr. McCormick, I had a question about ducks in Canada. So I've read that about half the ducks are, of course, they're ground nesting birds, so half the ducks are destroyed by skunks and foxes. And so when you say you're managing not species specific, I'm interested in the conflict between the people that love small mammals and people that love ducks, but they can just wipe them out if they're out of balance. Is there an effort within, as far as you know, in Canada to be more thoughtful about what species or overrunning the other? And how do you balance the desires of different animal lovers?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we definitely have habitat management plans for our wetlands especially, and also for ground nests in general, where we're working with ranchers, farmers, as well as academic organizations to put different things in place. Sometimes it's fencing, sometimes it's hunting, it depends on the species and the population dynamics of the species in terms of which approach they use, but it's definitely an important aspect of consideration. We're lucky in Canada, of course, with the way our seasons go, that we can also do some things off-season when the birds are gone to install, so we're not disrupting habitat in a way that would limit nesting the following year.
Yes, also on saving dogs for saving frogs. Just maybe a... you brought up the quail population. Is that also a direct correlation with the horned lizard decline in those regions?
I don't know as much about quail as I pretend to know about lizards. I do know that they've declined. There are a bunch of common factors with this sort of loss and fragmentation of habitat, and then issues that affect all ground-dwelling terrestrial vertebrates, namely fire ants and introduced hogs, things like that. So I don't know if they're timed exactly. One of the challenges with sort of understanding the history of like what happened with the Texas horned lizard, it went from everywhere to nowhere, is that it was ubiquitous. Nobody would have ever have imagined that horned lizards would blink out in all these different places. They're just everywhere. And so reporting is terrible, right? We don't document every common species we see. How many grackles did y'all note on your way into the building, right? That's kind of how it was for horned lizards. And so unfortunately, they're so abundant that nobody really tracked that. Quail, I think, is a little different. But suffice to say, even though we've mentioned fire ants several times, there is no single smoking gun for the decline of horned lizards. It's different factors in working in combination have had a deleterious effect on them in different places. So obvious issues are, we look out and we see a nice big field. A horned lizard sees a bamboo thicket. It's just that old world blue stem that it doesn't seem like it would be a deal breaker, but it really is. And so these sort of less obvious non-native invasives cause a real problem for them. And other issues like when we saw the decline of the fur industry in Texas in the 1970s, that pretty much corresponded with the rise of large-scale deer hunting and deer feeders across the landscape. So by those two factors created absolute paradise for raccoons, where in many places raccoon populations are orders of magnitude higher than ever documented anywhere in the literature. So the status of these mesocarnivores and their prey is totally out of whack in most of Texas because we like to put corn on the ground.
Good morning. My name is Steve. I'm the founder of Hives for Heroes, which our mission is simply to save bees and save vets. First off, Ryan, I want to thank you for your service. Very much appreciate that, brother. For everybody else on the panel, thank you for the work that y'all are doing. And for Dr. Rachel, on the pollination standpoint of the Canada, US, native pollinators and things of that nature, how could we help, as the largest network of beekeepers in the country right now, how can we help you in your efforts of the pollination aspect?
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for the work you do. I would say I'm a former Navy wife. I'd like to clarify that I'm still the wife. He's just retired Navy. He also came from Saskatchewan, which is strange to think about being in the Navy when you come from Saskatchewan. So, really, let's connect, because our job here is to really facilitate connections with organizations like yours, to sister organizations, brother organizations in Canada. We have a great collaboration on a number of pollinator initiatives, and I'd love to connect you to folks in Canada that are working on the same issues. There's spaces in which we can work together, whether it's through the agriculture sector, whether it's through space conservation or ranching, that I think are so important. And I know the bee collapse that's happening in North America, I can't underestimate how important that is in terms of our economy and food security for North America. We're having a lot of supply chain issues right now, and I think there's things we can do in pollination to avoid issues in the food sector.
Hi, good morning. Thanks, everyone. This question is for Alexis. My first thought when I was looking at those islands was about climate change and sea level rise, and I know Audubon is very forward on those issues, so I was just wondering how y'all are taking that into account. I'm not a climatologist, but that's what my first thought was when I was looking at this. So if you could share a little bit about that, that'd be great.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to. And it's definitely something on the forefront of our mind as well, because one of the reasons we need island restoration in places like Matagorda Bay is because some of them have become submerged, or if they're not submerged yet, they're low enough that when there's a high tide event, the birds might already have their nests on the island, but there'll be an overwash event. So one of the sites we've identified for restoration is Gulf Cut Islands. It's a series of 5 small islands, and the birds will nest on them, and our partner, Gulf Coast Bird Observatory, goes out and monitors them all summer. And this year we lost all the nests because the water got high enough that the whole island gets washed over. And so we've been talking a lot about that, because with 177 islands we manage, that's not all the islands that birds are nesting on. There's islands outside of our management. So right now we're thinking about how we can prioritize restoration, because when you have all of your islands experiencing the same stressors, we're going to need to start thinking about which birds are using which islands, which birds are most threatened, which islands are providing the most benefits to communities. And so we haven't figured out the answer to that question yet, but we're working on it, and we're thinking about doing some modeling and maybe a new project to try to prioritize those for that exact reason. And sometimes it comes down to hardening the shorelines. And so like Chester Island, for example, as we migrated away from the ship channel, we want to add some erosion control structures on the south side so that we can kind of sacrifice the side of the island that's experiencing the most erosion and build out. And there's other islands in Galveston Bay as well where they're already so small. And it's challenging too, because some birds prefer very low sandy islands, and oyster catchers are a type of bird that prefers oyster habitat. And so how do we restore those islands and maintain that habitat over the long term? So we'll be thinking about it going forward, and hopefully convening some more partners to try to answer that.
Thank you. So we'll wrap up the panel with one last question for each of you. Obviously, from your presentations, you guys are at the forefront of very effective partnerships and collaboration in what you're doing. And I'd like to give you a little bit of a twofold question. One, what is needed for more efficient partnerships moving forward? And two, what is the one thing you want the virtual and live audience to leave thinking about today? So what's needed for efficiency, and what's the one thing that you want them to leave with? And Alexis, we're going to start with you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think one thing that I think we need for efficiency is around timing. And so there's a lot of challenges with conservation in the space we work in with conservation, where we have project needs that don't always align with funding schedules. And so we're applying for funding, or maybe we're working with partners and they have a grant that has deliverables that don't align with the project timeline. So one thing I think is really needed is just to kind of take a step back in some of these projects and focus on the goal of the project, and go into it with our partners with that intent to put the work first, and not always those deliverables or those timelines. And so it can be a real challenge because everybody's resource limited and everybody's working with different investors, but I think that would be a great benefit. And then the second part of the question was what's needed and
to be thinking about
one thing to be thinking about. Oh yeah, I think the one thing to be thinking about is participation. So whether you work in a community or at a government agency or a nonprofit organization, there's a role for everybody, and we want to work with different people, so show up and participate with us. We'd love to work with you.
In terms of efficiency, I think there's bringing people together. I think the B question was exactly a great question, an example of that. We have things that are happening across North America right now where we could share best practices and learn from each other and you know, build on each other's successes, but also each other's failures. I think those are really important to think about. In terms of walking away, you know, the involvement and engagement piece is, I think, really important. And I think about the data points that we need to understand what's happening. I don't think we can look back for an indicator of what's happening in the future anymore. I think climate change has completely affected how we're going to assess what's going in the future. And so citizen science, speaking with people with traditional knowledge, speaking with ranchers, that sort of firsthand observations about what's happening. And then we can use models and we can use science, but we can't necessarily depend on the past the way that we have historically in terms of the future of conservation.
Dr. Glusenkamp.
In terms of efficiency, for us, it's really about economy of scale, and that applies to collaborative networks as well. It seems that as there are more nodes in these networks, you start to make more connections between distant nodes. I talk to my staff about this all the time. We're really seeking to tie all these threads together and make them work for us. And the other about, you know, what do I want people to leave with today? Both of those are addressed by something that we're working on with Texan by Nature. And thank you so much for your support and project management guidance that we're developing an advocacy guide, which a horned lizard advocate is anybody, all of you, I am assuming, anybody, a landowner, a donor, a kid who's doing a school project, someone who saw one on vacation. I don't care why you like horned lizards. We want you in the network. And so we're building up a data set of individuals and organizations so that we could have it all laid out. You know, I felt like as this project has grown and grown and grown, I have a fire hydrant of communication going by, and I could just barely dip a cup in it. And so we're really trying to capture all of that for a few reasons. Number one, because people want it, and we want to give people, you know, something positive in conservation. But also so that, like I said during my talk, we can focus on actually doing that work. So what I want you to leave with today is that any individual can be an advocate. I talk about horned lizards. You know it's my Trojan horse. When I say horned lizards, you can include any native biodiversity you like, but there's so many ways that you can help, even if it's buying a $1 sticker, which I don't have.
I was going to buy that sticker. I think twofold. One, just to echo Alexis, there's a lot of different organizations doing conservation work in Texas, which is fantastic. They're kind of all different sizes. And a lot of times you can have two organizations with joint kind of priorities, but because of the size difference in the companies, it's very difficult for the organizations, it's very difficult for them to work together. We experience it a lot. You know, we have our foundation, which is new and smaller, but Desert Door, which is large and 1,000 miles an hour all the time. So if you do something with Desert Door, it's like, we're gonna go quick, we're gonna go fast. If you do something with the foundation, we have the ability to speak longer over periods of time and to work through problems. But I think there's an opportunity for an organization to kind of sit in the middle of these things and to like advertise or create an opportunity where people can network and connect in the middle, and then they can provide funding or they can provide guidance or open doors for like small organizations, you know, into big organizations, and figure out how to like set the right sort of like battle rhythm, if you will, between the two organizations. I think the other thing is like we have to create a new army of people who are bought into this idea of conservation. So Neil came out, he was wonderful to come out and speak at our Hullabaloo a couple weeks ago, and he said something. I had always known that 98% of the land in Texas was privately owned, but I didn't know it was owned by 200,000 people, I think you told me. That's a problem in terms of if you want people to be conservationists, it needs to be accessible to them. You need to be able to go and walk and set foot on these 50, 100,000, 200,000 acres and experience what it's like to see nothing and to hear nothing. That's what gets people's hearts. So Desert Door, through our foundation, well, Wild Spirit, Wild Places, I should say, this actually is all Dr. Luby here, but we are creating like a virtual reality experience. We're gonna take it into inner city schools and community organizations, and we're gonna allow them to experience it. We're also opening the doors of our ranch, we have a ranch, to bring people in. But that requires more ranch owners in Texas to do it. It just absolutely does. Like, you have to create more stewards, and the only way to do it is to make it more accessible. And then the one thing I would like to leave everybody with is, what are some other ways you can make liquor out of plants? No, I'm just kidding. I think if you're thinking about starting a company, starting with this proposition of what can I do with something that nobody else is using is incredibly impactful. That's what I was trying to drive home in my speech, is for us, we took something that nobody wanted, and we've created an entire industry around it. You know, we have over 125 people who get their paychecks from Desert Door now. We're creating an industry out in West Texas, which, unless you own oil out there, you know it's a challenge. So we're creating jobs, we're creating opportunity for people. And like, this is a very big and beautifully bountiful land that the good Lord has given us. Like, we could probably just be a little more creative with how we use it and how we think about it.
Please join me in thanking this panel. All right, so next up, we will be breaking for lunch. As you are networking, I'd love to have you think about the learnings from this panel. Pretty universal. Participate, be an advocate, think about how to get involved. We heard that from 4 very different speakers coming at it from a different direction. Go in with intent. That came across loud and clear as well. So go to lunch, enjoy. We'll meet back here at 12:25. So for anyone virtual, we will break until 12:25 and we will kick off our second panel at 12:25. If you do have questions or want to engage virtually, go to our Slack channel or info@texanbynature.org. For those in the room, you'll go out the back doors and to your left, and the lunch will be available. So thank you, guys.
Well, there's no other place I'd want to be than out in the Trans-Pecos. It's, yeah, sometimes you drive an hour for a steak dinner, but it's the solitude and the scenery, the wildlife resources, just everything about it's pretty special. And biodiversity here from a natural resource standpoint is unbelievable. It's wild, it's untamed, it's the last frontier. It took millions of years for it to look the way it does, but I think we all know that it can take a very short amount of time to change it drastically. Respect Big Bend's job is to make sure that those that live out here and appreciate this country have a voice. Energy development hasn't always been done that way, but it can. This isn't wide open plains country. This is mountainous country, grasslands. It's someplace special that has relatively stayed untouched for the last 150 years.
The population of Texas is about 30 million people and growing rapidly. Respect Big Bend is a collaborative effort formed by the Cynthia George Mitchell Foundation to empower landowners, community members, and industry representatives to develop energy responsibly.
Energy has been a big driver in this state for decades. Obviously, oil and gas, the impact, both good and bad, in West Texas is well documented and it's well known. We've watched that country around Midland, Odessa, the Permian Basin develop in a way that's probably not the best for the communities. This is an effort to try to get ahead of it and not wait until it's too late. So what's the best way to develop energy so it has the least amount of impact to the land as possible? And when there is an energy boom, how do we give a voice to small towns as energy development changes their community? Well, it starts with a unique, large-scale collaboration. All stakeholders, including industry and landowners and community members, coming to the table to determine how we want to see development take place. We're heading out now to visit with a good friend of mine, Craig Carter. Craig is one of many very important voices on our stakeholder advisory group.
I'm actually getting to drive around in my church. And I want the generations coming behind me to have that same feeling. A lot of people say every day here is hard, but to me it's worth it. It's a spiritual place. When it comes to developing energy responsibly, I think what that means is doing enough research to find out what kind of impact there's going to be on the water sources, on the wildlife. Sometimes it's a little balanced towards the oil and gas companies because they're experienced in making these deals. So Respect Big Bend, to me, is the kind of organization that can help with information. They're having a conversation about all the things that we're talking about possibly coming, and that conversation is so important. Respect Big Bend gives us information, tools to gather information about making decisions for this part of the world, for our ranch, other ranches, the parks out here, the whole area.
We're back in Alpine now, headed to go meet with Brewster County Judge Elazar Cano, another one of our stakeholder advisory group members at the Brewster County Courthouse.
Nobody out here is opposed to growth or progress. We all look forward to it and we all want it to happen in a responsible manner. Oil and gas companies, solar, wind power, they're not the enemies. Our job is to make sure it's done in a responsible manner. Collaborating proactively is a win-win for everybody. We all come in with different skill sets, but we have the common goal of preserving what we have. And that is what Respect Big Bend's all about.
We need people like Respect Big Bend helping landowners make decisions, find out the information we need. It's going to make an impact on generations to come.
There is a balance that can be achieved that can work for everybody.
And the sooner that we get on board and get ahead of that curve, I think we'll be much better prepared for when it does happen, not if, but when it happens.
This country is a big country and it should stay big. We just have to always be responsible to try to be a good steward of what we have.
So Respect Big Bend is a 2020 Conservation Wrangler and an excellent example of both the first panel, collaborative conservation, and the second panel, the business of conservation, and truly bringing collaboration and business together. Welcome back to all of you. Excited to have you back for the second panel. For those of you joining virtually, we will have each speaker here in a few minutes go in order, and then we will open up the floor for Q&A live from those here with us in the auditorium. And you can join us on the Slack channel or at info@texanbynature.org if you have questions that you want to submit virtually. So we started off the day talking about future of conservation and the fact that the future of conservation must be collaborative. And from the conversations I heard during lunch, I'm super excited about new friendships and potential partnerships being formed, and talks of collaboration are already forming for some of the projects that presented on the first panel. So excited to hear that. But the future of conservation also depends on returns realized as Texas grows. The traditional business aspect, if you will, the business case for conservation. Texas is home to 7 of the 15 fastest growing cities in the United States. The Texas population has increased over 48% in the last decade alone. Pairing mass urbanization with the fact that less than 1% of Texans are landowners results in a diminished connection between nature and people in many cases. As Texas develops, it's critical that conservation and business work together to create spaces, practices, and leaders that will care for our natural resources and economy and health for generations to come. It's critical that we work together to frame, to fund, and to execute broad-reaching conservation programs and projects. And the first step in this is realizing the business aspect of this conservation. In our work with conservation partners, we often hear there's a lack of time, a lack of expertise, a lack of resources, a lack of data, a lack of standardization to take an approach to show the business metrics for what they're doing. And it's frustrating. From our industry partners, we hear there is, again, the word frustrating, frustratingly little data and a lack of standardized framing necessary to make the case to get involved in on-the-ground conservation. Whether it's water quality and quantity, carbon capture and sequestration, air quality, or a myriad of other benefits, successful projects are showing that there is a business side to conservation. And this panel provides best-in-class examples and a 360 view of that. We'll hear from on-the-ground conservation, we'll hear from industry, and we'll hear from a framework today. So I'm excited that we have Jenny Sanders from the Texas Longleaf team. She's the Texas Longleaf coordinator. Ryan Malone, who is the Sustaining Capital Portfolio Manager at BP America, and Edwin Pernero, who's the president of Ecometrics, joining us today. So as I said earlier, if you are online, please submit questions via Slack or via our email. And please join me live in welcoming Jenny.
Thank you, Joni. And thank you to Texan by Nature, Mrs. Bush. We are honored to be here and be part of this amazing fraternity of outstanding conservation projects in the state of Texas. So exciting and so inspiring to be here and networking and learning from each other. So I look forward to the rest of today. So I'm going to talk to you about the Texas Longleaf team. We'll start out by talking about the history and importance of the longleaf ecosystem in Texas and throughout the range, and then the role that the Texas Longleaf team plays as the western edge of a range-wide restoration effort throughout the Southeast. And then talk about this business case for conservation, both from a landowner perspective, the people that would actually be doing the restoration, and then also the potential for corporate investment in longleaf restoration in Texas. We'll talk about some of the challenges we're encountering and then the opportunities and advancements we're making towards addressing those challenges. So at the time of settlement, around 1600, there were over 90 million acres of longleaf pine from Virginia to Texas. In Texas, we had about 3 million acres within that matrix of pine forest in the East Texas region, about 12 million total acres of pine, 3 million of it was longleaf. And early Southeast Texans found sustenance in these forests. There was an abundance of game, deer, turkey, raccoon, squirrel, and then they later built their local economies out of the valuable forest products, obviously lumber, but also tar, pitch, turpentine, products we call naval stores, like this gentleman's collecting, that were derived from the resin from pine trees. We even were able to graze cattle back in that time in the longleaf forest. And if you're familiar at all with the East Texas forest land now, you know that's not an option in almost all of the forest land. Healthy longleaf habitats are characterized by 3 major features: large mature trees, natural regeneration, and this understory that's dominated by diversity of forbs and grasses and very few shrubby or woody plants. And this prairie-like understory and the frequent fire that sustains it, it's what's so unique. And it's because of the fire and also the structure of the longleaf pine that has a much more open canopy than other forest species, and it lets more light down to the forest floor, generating that, allowing for that diversity of plants. So not surprisingly, such a diverse plant community, up to 500 species per acre in some areas, produces abundant and diverse wildlife. Recreationally important species such as white-tailed deer, eastern wild turkey, and northern bobwhite quail thrive in these habitats. And then many species of conservation concern also depend upon the wildlife habitat. Pocket gophers, Louisiana pine snakes, the Bachman's sparrow, the red-cockaded woodpecker, all are listed as high priority birds that are found in the longleaf forest. And in fact, mature longleaf pine forests are among the highest priority for bird conservation in the Southeast and Southeast Texas. So why was longleaf so dominant in the Southeast? This map on the right tells a very clear story. This map depicts cloud-to-ground lightning strike density for 2005 to 2012. We could have selected any date range here. They all are relatively the same. But what we see is that the southeastern coastal areas with the highest lightning strike density almost exactly mirrors the historic range of the longleaf pine. Not only is the longleaf fire resistant, it depends on fire throughout its life cycle, as well as the ecosystem that surrounds it. So it's no wonder this was the dominant tree in that part of the United States. So today we obviously rely mostly on prescribed fire to mimic this historic process, and that's what creates that ideal environment for longleaf regeneration and seed germination and the healthy forest understory. Unfortunately, the axe and the sawmill reign supreme in the historic longleaf pine forests of Texas. With the innovation of transportation after the Civil War, railroads made their way into the longleaf forest, drastically increasing stand harvest to meet the increasing demand for lumber and naval stores. The reign of the mighty longleaf quickly faded. Very few timber companies, unfortunately, replanted longleaf. If they replanted at all, the most available species at the time for commercial production and replanting was loblolly, and so much of East Texas ended up being replanted in loblolly. And now it looks much like this. So with the steadily increasing population, the economic drivers of the timber industry gave way to this plantation-style forestry like you see here. Where most tracts were planted to a monoculture of loblolly pine, where fire is suppressed and native plant diversity is limited. Led by the timber companies, many landowners accepted that this was the model for the future. This was the way we create productive pine forests, and it was very productive for the timber industry. But that plant diversity is what lost out. And it just really devastated that longleaf pine landscape. So by 2009, less than 3% of the longleaf historic range remained. In response to the realization of that, America's Longleaf Restoration Initiative was born. ALRI represents a coalition of federal and state agencies, nonprofit organizations, industry and private landowners, and other interested parties who have united in this single cause of restoring the iconic longleaf pine forest. In 2009, they developed a comprehensive range-wide conservation plan, which serves as a roadmap for collaboration all across the historic range and establishment of these local implementation teams, of which Texas is the westernmost. Since 2010, the collective efforts of ALRI and their partners have resulted in more than 1.5 million acres of new longleaf, protection of over 200,000 acres of lands, and management of millions more acres of established longleaf pine. Going back to this idea of business investment in conservation, International Paper was one of the early corporate pioneers supporting longleaf restoration with the launch of the Forest Land Stewards Program, a partnership with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. And that happened in 2013. Since that time, the Forest Land Stewards Program, with the help of the implementation teams across the range, has deployed millions of dollars, resulting in 300,000 acres of longleaf restoration. So you might ask, why would a paper company invest in forests? Well, when you hear International Paper talk about it, they have made the realization that they cannot have a sustainable paper company without supporting sustainable forestry. And so that's what we hope to see is more and more industry partners understanding that concept. So in Texas, the Texas Longleaf team was formed in 2014 by a diverse group of stakeholders, again, public-private agencies, nonprofits, even some of the industrial forest owners collaborate with us. And our goal was to accelerate restoration of the longleaf pine ecosystem in East Texas on both public and private forest lands, but primarily we deal with private because that's what we have the most of. The Texas Longleaf team goals identified that by 2025, we will establish 15,000 acres of longleaf pine, enhance or maintain 110,000 acres, primarily through prescribed fire, and conserve an additional 30,000 acres through easements and long-term agreements. All in the idea that working longleaf forest that can supply income to landowners can also be used as a conservation offset. In order to do this and accelerate the restoration on private lands, the Longleaf team currently works to connect landowners with funding, education, and technical assistance for planting and management practices to benefit the longleaf pine. Clearly, restoration efforts are not an if you build it, they will come proposition. While we know that the contemporary Texas landowner is much different in their objectives and their driving factors for owning land, we still need to make that business case to them. Many landowners are very much focused on recreational benefits of their land, and wildlife, ecosystem, legacy are top drivers for their management decisions, but they still have a budget and it still needs to make financial sense. And luckily for us, it does. Longleaf is more resistant to wildfire, we talked about that, but also drought, wind events, pests, It's the tree that was supposed to be in this ecosystem. It's more resilient to the nature of the ecosystem. Longleaf is known to produce great quality timber. This is a load of poles. Longleaf makes great poles, and those bring great money to landowners. It's a durable wood. It's got a beautiful appearance. Many old homes, you'll see longleaf floors, hardwood floors. But the most important thing is that the longleaf forest is a multi-use forest, and what I say is it keeps on giving for generations. Once established, longleaf will regenerate naturally, creating this multi-age forest that can be selectively harvested over time and generate income while still maintaining that ecosystem underneath. We don't have to go in and clear cut like a plantation-style loblolly is done. So increasingly, our team has made both the business and the values case to longleaf in the landowner community. Since 2014, our team has partnered with NIFWIF through that Forest Land Stewards program that I mentioned previously to provide $1.2 million in cost share funds to landowners for longleaf restoration and management. That's a quarter of the way to our goal a third of the way to our goal for planting and just under a quarter of the way to the goal for maintenance activities. Here's where the problem comes in. Here's where our needs are. Increasingly, we have more interest from landowners to do these practices than we have investment to be able to give out in the form of cost share. It's a big investment to convert a forested system from loblolly to longleaf. And so we need to diversify our funding. We need more funding to get this work done. So our solution is to encourage corporate investment in the longleaf ecosystem. But how? We made the business case to landowners, but can we make that case that longleaf restoration can be a valuable part of a company's social responsibility efforts? Can longleaf restoration give corporations that so-called social license to operate in East Texas? Our analysis says yes. We'll see if you agree. So let's first look at carbon. We know that working forests in general are excellent at sequestering and storing carbon. We know that young, fast-growing trees sequester carbon quickly. Older growth forests store carbon for long periods of time until they're harvested. This graph from the USDA illustrates that even under that production forestry timber model of plant, walk away, harvest, replant, a working forest creates a net positive when it comes to carbon storage and sequestration, especially when you consider below-ground carbon storage and carbon relocation in the form of forest products that are put into buildings later. That carbon is still stored even though it's in a wall of a building and not in a forest. One can only then surmise that what we know about the longleaf ecosystem is that the longleaf forest, which is characterized by that diversity of age classes of the forest, so you've got those fast-growing trees and the older growth trees, that diverse understory, and that selective harvest over time, so you're never going back to this ground zero and clear-cutting and replanting, that could only lead to more and more efficient carbon sequestration and storage. And the research is coming, but we need more research to quantify those benefits. And that below-ground carbon is a big story as well. The root system of native vegetation that is managed with fire not only promotes storage of below-ground carbon, but it also promotes soil health and more effectively filters water and promotes infiltration. Production forestry is much like any other agriculture, what you see on the left-hand side, the right-hand side over there. Quick-growing trees don't invest as much in root development. But on the other side, where we have a slower-growing tree and we have this herbaceous understory, we have huge, highly developed root systems in that soil that encourages microbial activity and has water benefits as well as that carbon storage. And so, again, very encouraging from a carbon standpoint and a water standpoint for the longleaf forest. And this has been documented by Samuelson et al. That in 2014, that this significant presence of below-ground carbon in the longleaf forest. They additionally said by clear-cutting a forest and not maintaining that natural below-ground ecosystem, you are missing out on almost half of the carbon stock you could be accumulating and gaining valuable offsets for. Again, a great case for the Longleaf ecosystem as opposed to production forestry. So let's look at a second major quantifiable benefit of the longleaf ecosystem, water. Healthy, managed longleaf ecosystems provide natural filtration of precipitation, stormwater runoff, resulting in cleaner water reaching communities. This natural filtration lowers treatment costs and enables utilities to avoid building or upgrading expensive treatment infrastructure, which keeps water more affordable for the customers. The map on the right illustrates the overlap of EPA source water protection areas with the historic longleaf range. Restoration of longleaf could be critical to promoting water quality and quantity for the communities in East Texas. So why would a corporation invest in longleaf pine ecosystem restoration? Because we believe that an investment in longleaf has the greatest potential for the most impact on the widest range of values to the environment, society at large, rural economies, and local communities than any other investment. An investment in longleaf is an investment in a sustainable East Texas. So now that we've established that longleaf makes good business sense for corporations, our team, with the support of Texan by Nature, has embarked upon a mapping effort to identify corporate interests in our priority areas that we can begin to outreach to. In 2020, our team collaborated with partners on an extensive priority mapping effort to develop the highest priority geographic areas for restoration. Inputs included the historic range of longleaf soils data, anchor sites where we know longleaf exists, and partner priorities for open pine management. The map on the left represents the results of that effort. The brightest red colors are the highest priority for us for longleaf restoration. Through our work with Texan by Nature, we then pulled in all the corporate land holdings within those areas and then prioritized them based on their geographic location within our priorities. Now, some of these are corporate land holdings, timber investment management organizations, for example, or real estate investment trusts. That represents a large portion of the land base in East Texas. But they also might just be corporations that have a footprint in our priority area and we think might be interested in they may have ESG metric goals, for example, that align with the benefits offered by longleaf. We then identified pipelines and other energy right-of-ways that intersect our priority areas, and similarly assigned priority to them. Our next step is develop an outreach strategy for the associated companies and begin seeking that corporate engagement. I'm thinking there could be people in this room that know about some of these companies and who their ownerships are and what their goals might be. And if your company is one of these red or orange areas, we would love to talk to you. If you're here and interested in partnering on longleaf pine or watching online, please seek me out. If not, you'll be hearing from me soon, I'm sure. But we would love to work with you. So the upshot is this. Land stewards, forest land stewards, make sacrifices every day to promote ecosystem health and support the society that depends on clean air, clean water, and healthy wildlife populations. Their contributions are great. You all know this. But we also know that in many cases their budgets are small. We have a spot on our team for anyone who's interested in partnering with us to help these landowners do what we all depend on to have a healthy Texas. So I hope you will consider joining in with us. Thank you very much.
All right, technology's working. Thanks, everybody. My name's Ryan Malone, and I'm with BP, based out of Houston, Texas. I've had incredible opportunity to work for BP for the past 20 years. I've held numerous roles, worked in various locations throughout the world, but we've called Houston home for about the past 20 years. So I wish I could be here talking to you about Game 7 of the World Series tonight. It's not going to happen. I got to bed early last night, so that was great. And we've always got the Dallas Cowboys. There's a ton of Houston Dallas Cowboys fans the past few seasons, so that shouldn't be a surprise to some of us. I think this is so great. I've really enjoyed the conversations to date. I love the video that kicked off this session, where you can talk about oil, you can talk about gas, you can talk about energy, ranching, agriculture, all in the same sentence, like we did as Texans 50 years ago, but we're doing it in such a different way. And largely, I think what Joni and her organization have built, it is the model for how we're going to move forward in sustainable change, whether it's utilizing the land in a different way, forming partnerships between businesses and conservation groups. This is at the heart of how we're going to make that transition a reality. And I think for me, it's super important. I'm a Texan. I love this state, and I feel really strongly about preserving the culture, the history, the natural resources of the state, and doing so in a really responsible way. I'm also an outdoorsman. I love to hunt. I love to fish. Anything outdoors, my family and I really enjoy doing, and my family and I still ranch on the far eastern side of West Texas for cattle, sheep, and goats. So we do everything possible that we can, not only to make a living from the land, but to also preserve the natural grasses. We're constantly battling invasive brush that takes away from some of that. It's a real challenge. But I do think that type of dichotomy is exactly the type of partnership and the type of struggle that we're going to face in making this transition going forward. I'm a Baylor Bear, so I'm not quite sure how I feel about a bunch of horned frogs running around the property, but I'm willing to give it a go for the good of the state. And likewise, I think I saw Ryan up there. You're more than welcome to all the prickly pear and mesquite you want. You don't even have to replace it. We'll take a 20% cut of the liquor and we'll call it a deal. I do barter. Love it, love it. So it's a really tall task, what we're here to talk about today. How you utilize the resources, not only of just Texas, but the world that we're using in a sustainable way going forward. But I do think Texans are up for it. The case in point was made to me about a year ago relative to the pace of the transition. In my previous role, I was the head of developments for BP's Gulf of Mexico and Canada business, but I was also asked to be the chief transformation officer of that business and take a look at how BP was positioning itself going forward in a pace and a period of rapid transition. So I was attending a leadership seminar with an individual named John Coyle. He's an Olympic gold medalist. He's a Tour de France winner. And he had a lot of insight relative to how companies position themselves and what the leadership model is going forward. There were a lot of aha moments for me during that leadership seminar over a couple days, but the biggest one that I took away from that is when he said, "Your slowest day is today." And I think that really stuck with me from the perspective of going forward, transformation is going to be inevitable. There's going to be more interconnectivity, more artificial intelligence, more digital, faster pace, more fake news, social networking. There will never be less than what we have today. Today is your slowest day. So how do you prepare yourself, your family, and your company for a rapidly transforming world? And I think that's the challenge that many of us in this room are facing right now. BP has had to face the nature of the pace of transformation. And in February of 2022, last year, we announced its new purpose, and that is to reimagine energy for people and our planet. To change at that scale and magnitude, we knew that would require reinventing our company from the inside out after operating in a way for more than 100 years. We also laid out a new ambition to reach net zero by 2050 or sooner, and most importantly, to help the world do the same. As part of this reinvention, we've also undertaken a new strategy. It seems subtle in terms, but it's really big. How do you go from an international oil company, an IOC, to an integrated energy company, an IEC, which delivers solutions and energy solutions for its customers around the world? It's a big task ahead, but we're already achieving measurable results, and we'll see more this decade. Now, we've already reduced our carbon footprint in every aspect of our global business, from emissions to the potential for capturing carbon. We are going to draw down our oil and gas production by 40%. We're scaling up renewables in critical sectors, and we're investing in low carbon opportunities. We've spent a lot of time listening to what people had to say about BP and its future, and it's probably not that much different from what other industries, both in energy and outside, are hearing from people who have a stake in those industries. And the reality is we learned we had to change, but we want to change because the world right now is on an unsustainable path. It doesn't matter what side of the spectrum you're on regarding the transition and the energy transition, change is inevitable. And how you position your company and the partnerships and advocacy that you have going forward is going to be critical. So what we did, as I talked about the reinvention, once we realized that this transformation was inevitable, we did what we called reinvented BP from the inside out, within a sustainability frame that creates 3 major focus areas and then aims within each of these focus areas. We've got 10 aims to get BP to net zero and to help the world achieve net zero. We've got 5 aims for caring for our planet, and I'll talk more in depth about that later. And we have 5 aims for improving people's lives, dramatically different from the shareholder statements that we would have made and the company position and strategy that we would have had even 5 years ago. As part of this, we're actively engaging stakeholders and embedding these focus areas into our corporate DNA. We're creating a governance structure, we'll talk more about that measures our achievement towards targets. And I'll also talk about how we're going to be enhancing the capability and, most importantly, the mindset. Largely the mindset we want is the mindset in this room of the employees that work for BP. As with all major transitions, this one's no different. How you go from an IOC to an IEC, the real challenge at the heart of it is the pace. How do you remain profitable to shareholders in the near and midterm, where the majority of the energy that the world needs is going to come from hydrocarbon? And I do think it's clear that the social and policy dynamic and discussions over the next 5 to 10 years are going to determine that pace of change. There's multiple scenarios for how it's going to advance, but I think the end state of that transition is pretty inevitable. And that's why BP needed to position itself through this framework to capture the opportunities of being a leader in the transition, and this is going to be really important. I'll talk about that, advocating for responsible change. So how do we transition, and what's our progress to date? So I think when we've talked to our investors, not only them, but the citizens of the cities and states and countries in which we operate, we've found the consistent theme is they're all demanding visible and transparent targets. And they're also expecting a governance framework that makes achievement of these targets transparent. So number one, you need targets, and you need a governance structure that makes sure you're on pace to deliver on those targets. And 2, this is really important, we were talking about this before the session kicked off amongst the panel, you need an engine for change. We've been very, very clear that oil and gas are a key pillar of BP's strategy going forward, and it's going to remain that way for quite some time. It is, for us, the engine that drives the transition, and will provide the cash flow needed to fund BP's transition into that IEC or integrated energy company. Now, having said all that, we're definitely not holding back on what we're doing today. We're working diligently to reduce our carbon footprint in every aspect of our global business. I mentioned we're drawing down oil and gas production by 40%. And the key part of our hydrocarbon business is focusing on the high margin barrels and in the areas that we know best. We're running the best oil and gas business possible, not the biggest. It's a big distinction right there. BP is focusing on value, not volume, to create that engine that helps us on that transition. over the next few years and decades. So we have the engine room to propel that transition. We have targets established, which I'll talk about soon. But first, I do want to talk about BP's position in Texas. And I think this is important because it can really help set the scene for how we're contributing to those targets locally and how that local scene transfers globally. BP has a really strong track record and presence in Texas. We support 4,000 direct jobs in the state and 20,000 plus indirect jobs. We paid $470 million in property royalties, environmental and state local income and franchise taxes. And to a large extent, what we do in Texas is a microcosm of our global portfolio, with nearly all of our businesses represented within the state. We have our U.S. headquarters in Houston. It's the largest employee hub that we have anywhere in the world. And Houston is also home to our Gulf of Mexico business, in which we're one of the U.S.'s top deepwater producers. We've got BP Wind, which operates 9 wind farms in 6 states, and we have equity in a 10th wind farm. And we have Gas and Power Trading Americas, which is America's #1 marketer of natural gas and one of the top energy marketers in North America, in the top 5 with ERCOT. Elsewhere in Texas, we have TxN Energy, which operates world-class unconventional oil assets in the Permian and Delaware, the Eagle Ford and Haynesville basins, both in Texas and Louisiana. And we currently produce around 325,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day. We have equity in a company called Lightsource BP, which currently completed its first solar farm in Lamar County, 150 miles north of here. It's going to generate 450,000 megawatt hours of solar power annually, which is the equivalent enough to power 41,000 US homes in the Texas market. And BP has signed a 20-year liquefaction contract with the liquefied natural gas terminal in Freeport, Texas. So Texas is an incredibly opportunity-rich landscape. It provides a landscape for new partnerships, and it also helps support our energy transition. BP is going to continue to focus on the US. BP is going to continue to focus on Texas. And within Texas, 3 main areas. Of course, the oil and gas areas that we operate, but on energy efficiency. The biggest US opportunity that we see in the energy transition exists on the US Gulf Coast, where we're going to focus on making the region more energy efficient and less emissions intensive. In wind, Texas has the largest installed wind generating capacity in the US, over 33,000 megawatts installed, and we're going to be focusing on solar. We have the 2nd largest installed solar capacity in the US, Texas does, at over 6,800 megawatts. So if you do consider this on a global scale, doing it here, which we are, provides the blueprint to move the dial globally. So now on to our targets. BP certainly has that strong presence in Texas and nationally within the US, but we're also a global operator. So how do you take these local businesses and what we're doing here and transfer it to the cities and countries around the world where we operate? You've got to have targets, and you've got to have the governance framework to make sure you're on pace. By 2025, we want to reduce methane by committing to 0 routine flaring in the US onshore operations. We want to cut emissions from our global operations and our oil and gas by 20% on an absolute basis. And we want to build 20 gigawatts of renewable energy, up from 2.5 gigawatts in 2020. By 2030, we want to cut our oil and gas production against a 2019 baseline by greater than 40%, and we want to realize a 10 times increase in low carbon investments in areas like wind, solar, hydrogen, that's going to create 50 gigawatts of renewable power. And this is what I really find inspiring about this and what I think is applicable to this room. We want to build partnerships with 10 to 15 cities and 3 core industries globally. It's a big reposition of the company. I think the framework that we've put together encompassing these is different, but we're already seeing results from that, and we're already in action on quite a bit. But you're not going to achieve them at scale without something that we've termed as a core part of our strategy called advocacy. We were very purposeful in putting that as a central pillar of the overall strategy. It's not just talking about our communications and our public relations, it's actually advocating for that change and seeking out those partnerships with those companies, with those individuals, with those conservation groups that have the same like-minded goals, that are in alignment with our strategy. And then integral to the delivery of our aims is establishing trust with our critical external stakeholders, the regulators, the policymakers, environmental non-government organization, or ENGOs, and with academia. We've been actively engaging with our stakeholders to maintain this type of dialogue so that as we deliver on our aims, we bring the rest of those partnerships along with us, and then we look for and establish new ones. Some examples of these collaborations include our effort to end routine flaring in Texas, in coordination with our external stakeholder, the Environmental Defense Fund. We're actively advocating for cap and invest in Washington State, and we're already in action advocating for the direct federal regulation of methane, and we're supporting carbon pricing policies within the US. Very different as kind of a corporate steward of where we see the world going and integral to our strategy. Just as important to our direct ambitions is partnering with the cities in which we operate. And I would like to spend a little bit of time talking about a particular area that we're in partnership on the Houston Climate Action Plan. For the past year, BP served as the city's strategic and technical planning advisor on the CAP, that Climate Action Plan. We're using our expertise across the energy spectrum to help the city of Houston build a more sustainable and a resilient future. Together, it's early days, but we've already made real progress. I want to talk to you about EV charging hubs, Greentown Labs, Sunnyside Energy, LLC, though I could list a couple more, but those are the ones paramount to what we're doing. On the EV charging hubs, we're enabling transport electrification with support from the city and working with Uber to jointly develop and install high-speed EV charging hubs with the goal of providing fast charging for both ride-hailing and public EV users. We're creating opportunities for green tech innovation with BP sponsoring Greentown Labs and supporting efforts to position Houston as a hub for this type of clean tech innovation. And we're helping to bring renewables to the heart of the city with BP and Lightsource BP, providing technical and regulatory support to something called Sunnyside Energy LLC in converting the closed landfill in Sunnyside into a solar farm. Sunnyside is a public-private partnership to convert the 240-acre closed landfill in Sunnyside into the largest brownfield solar installation in the nation. It's a strong example of how the city of Houston is working to find innovative public-private solutions to address historic environmental justice concerns, climate change, and economic development in some of these underserved communities. It's anchored by a 50-megawatt ballasted solar array that'll generate enough renewable power to power 5,000 homes and offset 120 million pounds of CO2 each year. While we're encouraged by the progress to date, and again, it's early days, we're by no means satisfied. More work remains, more ideas are needed, and more partners are required at the table to see the transition at this type of scale. So the global energy transition presents an opportunity for Houston to develop and implement strategies that'll help the planet while also improving the quality of lives for Texans. And I'm really proud to say that within the city that I live, BP's taken this as the first opportunity amongst the 10 to 15 other cities that we want a partnership with globally. And moving forward, we'll also be looking to advocate for and partner accordingly to advance our Protect the Planet aims. I'll skip. So I mentioned earlier, our three focus areas are net zero by 2050, improving people's lives, and caring for our planet. Amongst these five aims within protecting our planet, we want to focus on enhancing biodiversity, where our aim is to restore, maintain, and enhance biodiversity where we work. So from 2022 onward, we expect all new projects will have plans in place to achieve a net positive impact through the life cycle. We want to be water positive by 2035. With this aim, we plan to replenish more fresh water than we consume in our operations by that time. We want to champion nature-based solutions to deliver value and contribute to our people and planet aims in our operations throughout our business activities. We want to unlock circularity. This is about keeping materials in use for longer and valuing them throughout their entire life cycle. We aim to embrace circular principles in the design, operations, and the decommissioning of our operations globally. And finally, sustainable purchasing. This is something that I heard quite a bit about at lunch today in the conversation, but working with our key suppliers to embed sustainable practices, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the circularity of what we buy. These aims in particular are in their very early stages. They're bold. They will make a difference in driving meaningful and sustainable change for the cities, states, countries in which we operate. So taken together, everything that we've seen, it's a bold set of ambitions, and for a newly reinvented company. There's a baseline of work and some of the deliverables that are underway that I've mentioned, but there's so much more to do, and the clock's ticking. 2030, 2050 is not that long in terms of what it takes to pace this energy transition or the transition occurring all around us in multiple facets as we move into a digital age. So I think most in this room know it intuitively, and some of us are just grasping the enormity of the paradigm shift and the very different and distinct conversation that we're having here in this room today about the future for our state, the future for our country, and the future for the world. It is a different world. And I'm absolutely convinced it's also a world that's not going to reverse course. We can discuss pace, we can discuss targets, but I don't think anyone here can responsibly advocate or support a proposition that we're going to reverse course on any of this. And it's the right thing to do. So I'm really energized, as are my BP colleagues and our partners, to position ourselves for that transition ahead. And I'm also really excited at some of the partnerships that exist in this room. Personally, we've got Horned Frogs and we've got Liquor on the Ranch, and then professionally within BP, there's numerous opportunities that we have, some of which I've highlighted within the state, and others of which we're going to be newly forming, particularly in an area like Texas and in a region like the United States in which BP has such a big presence. So I really do want to thank you for your time today. I want to thank you for listening. And I want to thank you in advance for the conversations that I know we're going to have where we explore potential partnerships going forward. And I'm also looking forward to fielding any questions that you might have here in the coming minutes after we hear from our third panelist. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Ed Pinero, and I'm the president of Ecometrics. And what I want to talk to you about today is a way that we can start to get at this business case issue. But I want to preface it by saying things kind of don't happen by accident, and there's many different story arcs that kind of led to what we did, what we've done. And it's very interesting that we're talking about it here, in this place, and now in this time. And I want to thank the Texan by Nature folks for inviting me. I've only known the group for a few months, actually. I don't think it was in 2021 when I got to meet the group. And in your career, you look for those opportunities where you like what you're doing a professional thing, whatever your profession is, but it's wonderful people. And you really get an opportunity to make friends and really all work together on the passion. And I want to commend, first of all, Mrs. Bush for creating Texan by Nature, but also Joni and her team for being such wonderful partners, because in a very short time, we have become a great collaborator in terms of our partnership going forward. The other thing that I think is kind of unique about being here is I also had the honor to work for President Bush back in his administration. And I remember being here for the groundbreaking of this facility when it was nothing but mud and wooden panels laying out in the yard. And then I came back for the opening of the facility, and it was beautiful and new. Came back a few years later for an alumni picnic that we had out back, and we really started to see the natural area out back really starting to mature. So being able to follow that history and connecting it with everything that we're doing here is been quite an interesting thing. So as I go through and talk to you about this methodology, I don't want to turn it into a horribly boring, wonky methodology description. So let me tell you about what we do and why we do it in the context of these stories. It's the green button, kind of that way, right? So all right, there we go. Okay, so unlike a lot of the things that we heard earlier today, Ecometrics is a methodology. We calculate. In other words, we figure things out. So we apply it to other projects. So all the kinds of projects that you've heard about today are kind of examples of how we can do the analysis. But fundamentally, and when I say I don't want to get into the boring methodology, is how we do this is complex and very integrated. Love to talk to you about it at your leisure. But in general, what we're doing with Ecometrics is we're really trying to capture the full value of a project in the context of all of the co-benefits, environmental, economic, and social. And we have to do this in a way that is credible and transparent and reproducible. And it's something that really should be applicable to projects that have nature-based solutions or natural resources. We could theoretically apply this to a green building or to a factory, but that's not really its initial intent. And herein comes the first little story arc. Why does this exist? Ecometrics, right now we're a little spin-off organization, but we were born from another nonprofit called Restore the Earth Foundation. And Restore the Earth has a mission to restore 1 million acres of damaged forests in the lower Mississippi River Valley. So that's their mission. And that's called landscape scale restoration, if you've ever heard that term. And in order to be able to do that, you need significant investment from all kinds of sectors, private sector, public sector, the civil society, the philanthropic organizations. No one organization is going to be able to cover this at that scale, to be able to do that. So back in 2015, Restore the Earth decided we need to figure out a way to get that support. So they asked companies, Shell, Entergy, and a series of other companies, they asked them, what do you need to know to convince you to invest in natural restoration and these kind of projects? What kind of information do you need to know? At the time, I was working for a multinational infrastructure company, and I was one of the ones they asked, and I said, well, we all love to do this kind of work, but the reality is when you get into the C-suite, you have to make the business case because you're competing against other departments that have very tangible numbers, and they're always going to beat you out. Or you will always be relegated. I shouldn't say relegated because I was this, so it's important to me, but you always are fighting for the few dollars that are in the corporate social responsibility budgets or in the foundation part of the organization. So what you want to do is you want to tap into the operational side of the organization, the revenue, the profitability, the risk mitigation. If you can show business value and a business case for natural-based solutions to that bigger scope of the company, now you're opening up a bigger channel. So that's, with that guidance, Restore the Earth decided to find a tool that would do that. Well, after some global searching, they didn't find one that had everything all integrated, so hence the creation of Ecometrics. And that's why it exists. And in 2018, the decision was, why should we hog it for ourselves? So we spun off Ecometrics so that we could be applied to other projects. So the way we use it, and this is important for the whole argument that we've been talking about all day about getting partners and making the business case, is you have to be able to do two things. You have to be able to forecast. You've got to do scenario planning. You got to think about what do I want to do or what could I do and what are my best choices in terms of getting everything that I want in terms of value, but also the mission or the vision or the intent of why you started. But you have to be able to also keep track of what you're doing. So that's why when we built this thing, we decided to make it be able to both predict and evaluate. Wait, oops, I went too far. No, I didn't. At its most fundamental, Ecometrics identifies, quantifies, and values benefits. Now that's very straightforward, and we're not rocket science. We weren't the only people to think about this, to do this. The challenge with this is, in many cases, you can identify a benefit, especially social benefits, and those kind of benefits are easier to identify, but that's as far as you can get. Or you can go as far and quantify and say, yes, a benefit of this project is carbon sequestration, and I can tell you how many tons of carbon I'm going to sequester. It gets a little bit harder when you want to value that. Now, for carbon, it's a little bit easier because we have per ton cost. But what about social value? What about community resilience? What about the sense of well-being in a community or community pride? What about educational value that carries through from youth through adulthood and into career? So what about those values, and how do you monetize those? It gets more and more complicated. And then the other extreme of this is you do it all, but for one or two benefits, and you miss everything else that happens. One of the great things about nature is it is incredibly efficient and incredibly effective. So almost everything you do that's a nature-based solution is going to have multiple benefits that fit in many different categories. So that's why you have the ability to get that big picture is to be able to do that. So this is a very wordy slide to say two simple things. This ability to value has two primary purposes. There's a business, the financial value. Can I make the business case? What is the return on investment? What am I going to get for the investment? And it doesn't have to be $1 back in my bank account. It could be value created for someone else, but what value am I creating? What is literally the bang for the buck? The other category is storytelling. These projects not only bring value, but they bring value in a very unique, very engaging, cross-sectoral, multi-stakeholder way. And to not be able to tell that story, you miss an opportunity to be able to really get people to rally around what you're trying to do. So this information has helped both sides, the very mechanical financial side, but also the storytelling side. And storytelling can be very broad category. Everything from very formal ESG type reporting to, I don't know, just chatting with people and trying to get them to get excited about your project. So let me give you a quick example of a case of these. And I want to show you this Pointe-aux-Chenes wildlife management area along the Louisiana coast. Now, the reason I picked this project is twofold. One, the information's in the public domain, so I can show it to you. But the other thing is, this is another story arc that comes together. So I mentioned the creation of Ecometrics back in 2015. Go back 10 more years to 2005. One of the things I did when I was with President Bush was I co-chaired the Executive Order on Cooperative Conservation. And the way we kicked that off, in 2005, we had a conference in St. Louis where we brought together 1,100 people, and they were from all walks of life. We had the Secretary of the Department of Defense, we had others in the government, at municipal, state, federal level. We had ranchers from Nebraska, we had fishermen from Alaska, so on and so forth. Tons of people, it was a great event. Two people that were at that conference, who I did not meet for another 10 years, were the Marshalls, who created Restore the Earth Foundation. And they were retired, they were real estate tycoons who retired, and this conference inspired them to want to do something around conservation and environmental nature-based resources. So Monday morning, when the conference opens, is the morning that the levees were breached in New Orleans, when Katrina. So the Marshal said, not only do we want to do something around conservation, but we want to restore those forests that were destroyed as part of that hurricane. A lot of people, and understandably so, the human and property impact of that hurricane are legendary. What people don't know, it was one of the single largest forest destruction disasters in the history of the US. So that kicked off this project, which in turn kicked off Ecometrics in order to be able to make the business case for them to be able to do this work. Because we're talking about 1 million acres of commitment, starting off with this 4,000 acre tract that sits southwest of New Orleans. And they had to get people to come in to want to participate. The funny thing about this particular case also is that there were lots of public dollars available as part of the Coastal Restoration Initiative, but you have to have private dollars first in order to get the public sector match. So even though there was a pile of money, so to speak, on the public sector side, couldn't touch it unless you got the buy-in and the support of the private sector. So that was the big driver behind this. So let me show you two very different slides. This is the financial side, very wonky, very typical financial reporting, but it's important to point out that when you do this kind of analysis, you can actually get into very specific return on investment and financial discussions. So now you can hold your own against discussions where they're trying to pull on money to get, to be able to do something else. So this way you can start to talk and negotiate on an even playing field with other kinds of projects that may not have a nature-based solution. The other thing to take away from this is that because nature is so efficient and so effective, the return on investment is astronomical if you do the math and figure out what it is. The other thing I wanted to show you is the storytelling part of this. So this is the same information in a different context. This is about the stakeholders, about the affected communities, about the people who are party to the project. One of the things that's very important to Ecometrics is stakeholder engagement. We don't do this in a black box. We don't do this in a room somewhere. We do have to support it with information collection and research, but the biggest part of this is talking to people. What is important to the community? Why would this project fit here? Why would we want to do this? Why should I let you participate in this? Why should I let you come into our community and do this kind of project? So getting that kind of a stakeholder engagement is important, and then in return, we can then communicate back in very tangible terms, this is what that project is going to do for the community. So let me close. So that was Pointe-aux-Chenes. So that was the beginning of the Ecometrics story and the Restore the Earth Foundation story. Fast forward to this September of 2021. Thanks to Joni and her team, we got connected with the people at Headwaters of the Canal down in New Braunfels. And I don't know how many of you, if you're local, if you're from Texas, I'm sure you know about it. If you don't, make sure you do. It is one of the most important places east of the west of the Mississippi, but also definitely for Texas. And this is an interesting story because it's very different than, for example, the Pointe-aux-Chenes restoration project. This is a small site in town. It used to be an old water and electrical utility property, a garage that they moved out of. However, they have a water extraction point there, and it turns out that this spring, which feeds the Comal, this is where this starts, is one of the most important springs in Texas, if not throughout most of the country, in terms of its value, its importance. Part of the work that was done there was an archaeological study that uncovered that people were collecting around the spring for using it at least 8,000 years ago, in terms of what they were able to find around this community. So this project embarked on this mission to preserve that area and turn it into an opportunity for the community to rally around and to become a real center of education. But as much as that does, that's not their primary end vision. The end vision is people come here, they experience, they learn, and then they take it elsewhere. And they take these ideas home. They take these ideas to their home organization. And that's one of the other values of this kind of work, and that is replication, transferability. Can I take this elsewhere? Because for as much as they're going to do here, they will do a lot, it's going to have a bigger impact if people can learn from it. So what we're going to be doing here, the reason this is an interesting project is, whereas a lot of nature-based projects tend to focus on the environmental benefit, and then they pick up some of the other, this one is actually turned around. The environmental benefit is very important. This is in critical source water areas, so source water protection is important. They're restoring the native grasses, so there's wildlife habitat. There are a couple of endangered species that live in the river there. So this has significant environmental value. But I interviewed like 50 people last week in New Braunfels who are stakeholders to this project. And to a person, they said the two most important benefits that they see out of this project is education, to be able to kids to have experiential learning about nature, even though they live in a relatively urban area. And secondly, community pride. This is an important area to that part of the state, to that city, and it gets lost sometimes in the noise, and they want to really bring this forward. So how do you quantify and value that to be able to make the story? So maybe a year or two from now, we'll tell the Comal story in terms of what benefit it was able to bring. But that's a pretty fast journey through Ecometrics. Thank you very much. I'd love to chat with anybody at any time about how the sausage is made inside of it, but hopefully the the big picture is beneficial. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Jenny, Ryan, and Ed. At this time, we'll open up for questions. If you would, raise your hand if you do have a question. And Jenny, we have one right down here. And if you are online, if you would submit questions via the Slack channel or at info@texanbynature.org. And I'm sorry, I keep on squinting into the lights.
This is for Ed. Ed, one of the things that in this kind of transition period where the Army Corps, HUD, FEMA, other federal agencies, now the state, are really trying to look at doing projects beyond just measuring the hydrological, the certain kind of mitigation. Can you talk a little bit, because some of the numbers that you came up with are pretty phenomenal on the cost-benefit analysis that ultimately says we're getting a greater return with nature-based than just the application of concrete and rebar only as a solution for whether it's flood mitigation, resilience, or sustainability. Can you talk a little bit to that?
Yeah, so when you look at when you try to do the cost-benefit analysis, it's very easy to look at linear dollars in, dollars out. And what happens is you miss these other benefits and opportunities. Part of it is because the focus of the project and or maybe the group that's working on it may not have necessarily that breadth. So you have to go into these wanting to know this broad set of benefits. You know, it's interesting with, from the standpoint you mentioned about like flood control or whatever, is because the ability to manage that with nature-based solutions is actually more cost-effective and actually more effective overall. But we don't think that way. We think big walls, big concrete walls, diversions, and so on and so forth. One of the reasons we had so much investment in that TxN project was, especially from industry, was we can't build walls tall enough to keep these kind of storms out. But if we extend that coastline out by restoration, that's going to buy us some significant dampening of flooding. Louisiana loses a football field size of land every 70 minutes to erosion. So you're not going to be able to wall the city in. So this is why, but when the challenge becomes, if your project decision-making process is purely based on lowest cost, then, or lowest cost relative to, to what comes out of it, you always get stuck into a tunnel vision. And this is why this ability to step back and say, okay, I know this is what it's going to cost, but this is really the benefit that's going to come to the community. I don't know if I answered your question. It was a very long-winded non-answer, but I think that's the point.
Hi, my name is Jeff with the Native Prairies Association of Texas, and I have a question for Ryan. First, I want to thank you and BP for your assertive pivot towards renewable energy. You mentioned Texas's leadership in wind and now aggressive development of solar. So my question is, how can we as conservation partners work with you and other corporations that are trying to do the right thing to keep solar farm development off of productive farmland and remnant native grasslands and only on already degraded lands? Because there's been some heartbreaking project announcements recently in North Texas.
Yeah, fantastic question. The engagement opportunity, and I hope by mentioning, the advocacy portion of what we do, getting out there to understand what are the issues, within each county. And when you look at this at a global scale, Texas is different from other states, and the U.S. is different from other countries in which we operate. And so at this stage, I think in the very early stages, how we pivot to understand those local issues and where's the right place to develop. You'd think from a corporate perspective, solar is good for solar, not for Texas if in certain areas, good for Texas if in other areas. So it's almost a cheap way to say that the ongoing dialogue, is the way to do that, because we're learning as we go. But I do think, one, recognizing in this room, as we do today, bringing conservation groups and businesses together is a symbiotic relationship, not an adversarial if-then, is the first place to start. So I think the realization of that enables the conversation that then takes place, going forward. And we do have an advocacy organization, not just in the U.S., but in the state of Texas, that is actively listening for how we position and recognizing your point exactly. Solar for solar's sake can be really good if done in the right way in the environment that you operate with. So, if there's a way, or I can talk with you offline, how in particular to get you in touch with the right people within our advocacy organization, I think it's that conversation and that type of connection that's going to move the dial.
Thank you, Ryan. And to add on to that, is Billy Tarrant still in the room? There he is. Yeah, in answer to that question, Respect Big Bend, whose video you saw earlier, is actually working on a tool, and you may be aware, it is focused in West Texas right now, but doing exactly what you asked about as far as surveying the land, looking at the area where it's of greatest conservation value, and working with industry to make sure that solar or wind development happens in places that are degraded and not of the greatest conservation value. But anybody interested in that, I do encourage you to talk more with Billy Tarrant, with Taylor Keys at Texan by Nature. We've been working with Respect Big Bend on that project as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Joni. Yeah, I could say that's kind of the elephant in the room when it comes to development of renewables. It's something I think a lot of people in here have dealt with, is the fact that it has a large land impact, and it doesn't always occur in areas that we'd like to see it occur. And to Joni's point, we've developed a tool through this effort that not only conservation value, but also social values. View sheds that are important for tourism and for the things that we value in West Texas. And it does show that we have a lot of opportunity when we look at projections for renewable development in West Texas. It's huge, both wind and solar, but we have a lot of country that has been already degraded or is a low value. The question is, how do we engage the folks that make decisions? And I do think that BP, in the direction you're going, which I applaud, I think we all do, that type of leadership and showing that you're willing to make that effort and stand it out there can make a big impact. Because we've seen it, whether it's wind development in playas in the Panhandle, anywhere in this state, we're seeing more and more renewables development done in a way that's not compatible with conservation. And I appreciate you, and I think we can probably engage some offline as well.
That's great. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah Schlesinger with the Texas Water Foundation again. Another question for BP. Thank you for sharing your framework. I was particularly interested in AIM 17 being water positive by 2035. I wondered if you could tell me a little bit more about what that means, and then maybe as a follow-on question, whether advocacy is going to play a part of that process.
Yeah, great. I'm a bit, as is BP, arguably talking about that, particularly in terms of the way we're able to, maybe compared to the way we're able to talk about net zero, with a lot of maybe tangible benefits to what we're doing in the space of methane and carbon capture. Those aims that around Care for the Planet are those that are the right aims, and we're committed to them, and we have set targets, and we will meet them. How we do that, and one of the reasons I think BP and those within the advocacy group were most interested, in my attendance here, is how do you do that? The aim, we do have very water-intensive operations. We're very conscious about how we handle the water and where the water goes, but we also recognize that to get, net water neutral by 2035 is a big task. It's a sustainable thing to do. But those are the aims that we really are looking for the partnerships, particularly in the areas like we have BPX offshore in the deep water, where we do have water-intensive operations that we need to partner with folks that understand that, both from the conservation side and the business side to make that a reality.
Hi, my name is Benjamin with Champion X. And one of the things I've been noticing in a lot of our panels is that we see the benefits and we see the metrics and how much that has influence in all the future that we have for investment and possible greater prosperity. When we look at this, though, why do we still see some hesitancy, from some other corporations, and then why, or what kind of roadblocks are we still kind of looking at for investors? But basically, like, what do you find is something that is keeping you from fully getting the full momentum into a lot of this investment?
Give answers, and then Ed, I think you would have some insight into that as well.
So I think roadblocks that we see, most of the industry that we've dealt with is the production forestry industry. And, they've got to meet a bottom dollar. They've got investors that are interested in forestry because they want to receive those dividends. And what we're finding, though, is that it's a paradigm change to think that we could have production forestry that would generate income, but that could also have greater ecosystem benefits than what we see right now. It's relationships, though. I think that's what we see more than anything, is that when that first relationship is built, that gets to the right person in that company, and you start appealing to the values of that company, I think that's where it comes down to. I think it's always money that's the roadblock, but I think there's always the opportunity to address that with the right relationships and appealing to the right values. I'm not sure if that really answers your question, but.
And Ed, did you have?
Yeah, I think the issue is, and it's not really a negative challenge. I think it's just a matter of recognition that the maturity of the idea, historically, nature-based solutions tended to be looked at in addition to something else. They were philanthropic, CSR, the right thing to do. Again, not knocking it, I'm just saying that's usually the category that it's sat in. What we're seeing now is the idea is now maturing that these nature-based solutions actually have operational benefit as well. So what's happening now is we're seeing this transition to recognize those benefits in those discussions with that part of the organization. We refer to Ecometrics as kind of the Rosetta Stone of nature-based talk into CFO talk so that you can be in the same context. The other thing has been is a psychological barrier to wanting to put a dollar amount or think about nature in those kind of terms, because you almost feel like you're cheapening it. But if you're going to ask for money, you have to talk money. So the ability to translate these nature-based solutions into financial terms is going to be how we're going to facilitate this. So I'm confident, I'm a Pollyanna optimist, so I see this issue that you raised, which is very valid. It's just a matter of time as we mature through the idea.
And to build on that maturity piece and the relationship piece that Jenny mentioned, we certainly here at Texan by Nature, through all of our Conservation Wrangler projects and our partner projects, and through our industry partners as well, a couple of key things. Standardization of data and resources is a big one, because some groups are using a source that the other group hasn't heard of. Standardization of vocabulary, and really just trusted sources as well. And I think we're doing work with all of our partners to try to drive some standard terms, standard use of data, et cetera, that'll make it easier for industry to utilize the business cases that are coming forward.
Hello, I'm Ed Novi from the Alamo Group. This question is either for Ryan or Ed, or maybe both. We're a manufacturer of heavy equipment here in Texas, and we've been trying to develop that roadmap to get us to net zero. We're able to deal with scope 1 emissions because that's our own, scope 2, that's the utilities, but what's really scaring us is our supply chain that falls under scope 3. In particular, we know for us to get to that net zero, steel is going to have to become carbon free. What are your insights? Where do you see us being able to come up with nature-based solutions or any other type of means that we can properly take care of these emissions that we're going to be, a lot of our listed companies are going to be directed to start taking care of?
You want to go first?
No, I have a comment. I'll wait.
Yeah, okay. No, it's a great question, and I think I would just support what Ed said in the previous answer to the previous question, in which, what does it take companies to change? Because I think when those that purchase goods or that enter into contracts for goods and services make that change, so too does the supply chain when you start to value it from that perspective. So when I mentioned sustainable purchasing as an aim, it's alive and well within BP right now because we've chosen to reinvent the company around aims that do place sustainability at the forefront. So when Ed mentions it will change, it will. The pace of that depends on, of course, shareholder pressure. It depends on what industry you're in. It depends on where you fall on the spectrum of the energy transition. Your investors may not be too interested in sustainability at the moment. They will. Whereas if you're on one end of the spectrum, sustainability is key. BP's been around for 100 years. We want to supply energy for another 100, and therefore we have to do certain things, which translates to our supply chain, in which we're entering contracts in a collaborative nature, but those that are focused on where do you bring your own company's net zero ambitions into the fray, and partnering with those that are like-minded, as opposed to maybe severing some relationships we've had in the past that aren't transitioning, along that pace. I hate to bring it all the way upstream, but it is a long supply chain that eventually sees impacts downstream, would be my thought.
The only thing to add to that is I think when you're talking about things like these, the carbon commitments around the scopes 1, 2, and 3, to always remember that you could either take carbon out of the process or you can take it out of the atmosphere through sequestration. And I'm not passing judgment one way or the other, but those are two very real solutions to come up with your net decision. Having said that, one of the best ways to get carbon out of the atmosphere is through nature-based solutions. So.
Hello, my name is Virginia Kilgore. I'm with Water is Alive. I have a question for Ryan, please. Thank you so much for that very informative talk and all the information that you gave, especially that you're interested in developing more nature-based solutions like solar and wind and hydrogen, and that's what I'd definitely like to see more of in the world, since our universe, our known universe, is 80% hydrogen, and seems like a very renewable resource. You talked a little bit about ending periodic or frequent routine flaring, and thank you, that's wonderful. As I understand hydrogen, most of those flares are hydrogen, and much of that, of course, is other gases, including methane, and methane is also fairly the easiest way to make hydrogen if we're producing hydrogen here on the surface of the planet. Is there any connection between, that BP is exploring between the routine flaring and hydrogen production for some kind of hydrogen energy infrastructure, please?
Yeah, it's a great question. You can't out of one hand say for our core operations within oil and gas, we're going to make them more efficient by flaring less and producing energy in a more sustainable way, and on the other hand say we're going to invest in a certain type of hydrogen. So strategically, there are varying degrees of hydrogen along the supply chain and how you make energy from hydrogen. Green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, almost any color of the spectrum that you can think of, all with varying degrees of efficiency. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see our footprint in particular look at the type of hydrogen energy generation that has the least or even negative impact towards that emission source, both from methane and carbon, and actually doubling down on the technology to say that though inefficient upfront and for a period of time, that's the way to go in a sustainable way, and actually staying true to our strategy around emissions, that whether it's from hydrocarbon or whether it's from hydrogen, we're going to choose to invest in the technology and the type of hydrogen energy development that maintains a consistent footprint with respect to methane and hydrogen. Only because what little I know about hydrogen is understanding enough to know that there's various ways to take hydrogen and get energy out of it. Very, very environmentally intensive method to do it, for one that actually takes you net negative in doing it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us and others focus on the hydrogen on one end of the spectrum.
We have time for one more question.
Hi, my name is Emily Manderson. I'm with the Ecosystem Design Group, and I have a question for Ed. We actually worked on the Headwaters at Kamau project, and I worked with stakeholders and heard a lot of the comments that you were saying as well. And I'd love if you could elaborate a little bit further about why you were so excited about it from the Ecometrics perspective.
Well, I think, first of all, it's wonderful people in a wonderful place. But I think that what makes me most excited with this particular methodology is the ability to really showcase the socioeconomic aspect of it and the ability to map that back to the stakeholder and be able to show this is their perception of this is what they thought would be a benefit or what they kind of expect, and this is the kind of the validation in a way of that, assuming that the math works out. But I think that's really what the connection was. And by the way, that was great stakeholder engagement you did in leading up to that project, because it's been a real good source of information for us.
Thank you. We're going to take 30 seconds from each of you, and I just want to get a final thought from each panelist as we close this panel. What is the one thing that you want the audience to go away and do differently when it comes to evaluating or proving the value of the conservation work that's going on in Texas and around the world? Jenny, do you want to kick it off?
That's a big question, and then I have to go first. I think the thing that comes to my mind in all of these conversations is I think I've spent my professional career and maybe even before thinking that nature was something that was warm and fuzzy, and we appreciate it and we enjoy it, and if you're an outdoors person, it's part of you, and it's a very emotional thing. What I'm coming to realize is that message sells to the person who's putting conservation on the ground. That is their passion, it's their livelihood, it's their calling to do that. But when we're talking about corporate investment and talking about these values, it's what you said, Ed. It's that warm and fuzzy is great, but there is real value with real metrics and real benefits that we can demonstrate in a defensible and transparent way. We need to get better about doing that. It's as a scientist, you say, well, I have to put some emotion into this. It's not all science. Well, now we're kind of going the other direction and saying, well, maybe it's not all emotional. We need to be more scientific, more concrete with the benefits that this conservation work that we all believe in actually contributes to society. That's why I'm so excited about what y'all do. So.
Yeah, my thought there would not necessarily be a change, maybe more just an emphasis on where and how those partnerships start. And I'm a firm believer that transitions and innovations are never aha moments. The light bulb wasn't an inspiration that didn't require a single iteration. It was 256 over a period of so many years that eventually led to that. This transition is going to be the same. And I think there's a couple schools of thought. One is, why bother with it at all? If, country Y, which has a relatively small carbon footprint, is going to go all in and have an economic impact that's manageable, whereas country X is, seemingly indifferent to the whole transition. So why even bother? It matters because it's a transition. So I would just say change it from what do you need to change to where do you choose to emphasize that collaboration and that partnership, knowing it will have a downstream impact. Other companies will change, other conservation groups will start doing different things, and where it seems to have mainly a perceived trivial impact up front, okay, we're partnering with a greening company that wants to do it, but the impact isn't that big, where I could just target on this country that's a brown company, they don't want to change, and I can beat my head against a wall. Trust the fact that your emphasis will have impact eventually. It might not be as fast or as impactful initially as you want, but I think that's how the puzzle piece starts to come together, is where you choose to emphasize. And like Ed said, the stories are good. and they're contagious and they will spread.
Simply to say that consider nature a effective and partner in your projects, not an impediment or a victim. It has a lot to offer, and it's just a matter of integrating it into the ideas.
Thank you guys very much. Please join me in thanking the panelists. So thank you very much for the questions. We are going to take a break. We'll come back at 2:30. So there are our refreshments out in the main area. So come back in at 2:30. For those watching virtually, engage via Slack or info@texanbynature.org and join us back at 2:30.
When I retired from the El Paso Police Department 16 years ago, I was in pretty bad shape. When I began walking and cycling on the trail, all stress and pain was gone. When I'm on the trail, I feel at peace with myself. I can smile. My pain is left behind. I felt upbeat, happy, and I couldn't help but just break out smiling at people that I don't even know. This trail is more than just a concrete path. It's a place where you can meet people. This trail will connect all of us and make us all stronger. My name's Leticia Olivas, and I ride the Paso del Norte Trail.
El Paso is a really special place. We have over 300 days of sunshine, and so trails are such important amenities to our community. People can come to walk, to recreate, to be healthy, to socialize with friends and family. The trail is really important for a number of reasons, and health is one of them. And so trails and increasing the miles of trails in our community are so important, not just for our quality of life and to feature all that's really great about our community, but also for our personal health. The trail also connects residents to stores and shops and schools, so it can be used also for active transportation.
Before the trail, people used to have to walk in the streets. Some areas where there's not even sidewalks. The trail gives us a safe path to get to and from the places people need to get.
The Paso del Norte Trail is a plan for a 60-mile county line to county line trail across El Paso County from the New Mexico border all the way to the east side of El Paso County. When it's complete, cyclists could ride from end to end, from one end of El Paso County to the other, along the Rio Grande River, or to ride from Escalante Park to Riverside Park, where you can see burrowing owls and bat habitats. Conservation is also a really important component of the trail project, using portions of the trail to demonstrate how you can recapture water and planting trees and to create shade and cleaner air across our community.
The Paso del Norte Trail is the next step in the evolution of our great city that will bring connectivity to our entire community. It will foster economic growth and be a benefit and amenity to everyone that comes here, visits here, and lives here.
After riding alone on the trail, I started meeting like-minded people, and it pulled us together. We used to have the same issues and problems prior to this, but being on the trail helps us feel happy and uplifted and together. And now we've all bonded as friends, and we call ourselves a tribe. The tribe would not have been possible without the trail.
Several years ago, the El Paso community decided to invest in itself, and as a result, we have a new ballpark, we've got a children's museum under construction, we've got the Medical Center of the Americas, many other amenities for our community to enjoy and our visitors to enjoy. If we want to keep our best and brightest here, we've got to step up and create an environment where they want to live and raise their children.
We feel this is a really important investment to improve health and quality of life in our region.
When you're out on the trail with friends in the outdoors, enjoying life, feeling stress-free, getting healthy, eventually it connects us all to this. The Paso del Norte Trail will truly make us stronger.
Welcome back to the final panel of the day. Perfectly fitting that our 2020 Conservation Wrangler Paso del Norte Trail, their video really exemplifies new models in urban development. Models that benefit human health, as you heard, conservation, economic growth. And so today, that is where we will focus. Our third panel is on emerging models in conservation. Before we get started, I'll remind our virtual audience, if you're just joining us for the first time, you can engage via Slack, or you can send questions to info@texanbynature.org. We will follow similar format to the first two panels of the day, where each speaker will speak in succession, and then we will follow it with Q&A. So as I mentioned, we really can't discuss a future of conservation without talking about models that are changing the dialogue around the world. We all take pride in the fact that Texas is bountiful, that we have the 9th largest GDP in the world. We have 29 million citizens and we're growing rapidly. We have 11 diverse ecoregions. And innovating and adapting new models to care for these resources is critical to our future. So the focus of this panel is innovation. As I challenged at the first, I hope you'll think about what these speakers share in terms of examples that you can apply back to your own projects. What can you take home and do a little bit differently with the new thoughts that are coming out? We're no stranger to innovation in Texas. We're on display as a top state for entrepreneurship. Whether it's technology, food, biohealth, energy, we're on the cutting edge of industry across the board. We're also on the cutting edge of conservation just from the bountiful resources that we do enjoy. So again, as we hear from these leaders, I hope you'll think about how do you partner with them? How do you apply their learnings? How do you take your own project and innovate and adapt to the learnings that you have? Today, we are very fortunate to have a diverse set of perspectives on this final panel. We'll hear from Jennifer Chandler, who is the president at Bank of America Dallas. We'll hear from Jeray Carlson, VP of Sustainability, Communications and Public Affairs at Cemex. Dr. Jason Sawyer, Associate Professor from the King Ranch Institute for Ranch Management, and Tom Constantino, the CFO at Iron Ox. Again, if you'd like to engage virtually, do so on our Slack channel or at info@texanbynature.org. And please join me in welcoming Jennifer.
Thank you very much. And before we get started, I'll echo the prior speaker's comments. And anybody from Houston that would like to shift their focus to the Dallas Cowboys, we welcome you. They're looking strong. I'm knocking on wood. It's early in the season. But as she mentioned, I am Jennifer Chandler, the president for Bank of America for Dallas. And in that role, I focus on 3 key areas. That's our clients, of course, our colleagues, and our communities. So today's conversation really overlays all 3 of those areas. I also share that because I am by no means the expert when it comes to some of these topics. We have a robust team at Bank of America that focuses on ESG, and our CEO, Brian Moynihan, as you know, is also an expert. So when we get to the Q&A, please keep that in mind. But again, we focus on those 3 areas, and as we start the conversation today, I'm going to go back to some of the basics, because I think that's where the strength of what we're doing has all started from. That is ESG. And this group knows it clearly. But I have to say it's something that has been near and dear to Bank of America's core values for many, many years. I've been there for about 20, and it's been a focus as long as I can remember. And some firms are just coming up to speed. But it is truly the framework that we embed everything we do around. Our responsible growth strategy is focused on that, and our commitment across the globe. It drives the decisions we make as a business. It informs where we go for our support for the foundation. And as we look at risk in our credit book, all of those things are based on ESG. It's the framework of all that we do. So again, fundamental, but it's important to understand that it's been a long time focus for us. We have also seen a number of firms essentially copying what we're doing. And folks ask me about that. We see that as a great thing. It is not only imitation as a form of flattery, but what we're looking at is raising the bar. You're going to see throughout today's conversation that we're doing things and we're challenging those around us to step up and do the same. So some of our essential environmental sustainability commitments are here. There are a lot of words on this slide because there are a lot of numbers I'm going to cover today. The first bullet talks about our strategy, and I just mentioned it with ESG. Our strategy at every level of the business is focused on ESG. It's our global business strategy, it's our focus on our employees. And we have over 213,000 colleagues across the globe. So if you think about that commitment, how we're driving behavior, we're operationalizing several improvements, it's a big impact. The second bullet talks a bit about the dollars. And again, I'm going to mention a few numbers here. The first one I'll mention is our $1 trillion, not billion, $1 trillion commitment. We have made that commitment and we're coming through. That's from now until 2030. You'll see a lot of detail within today's conversation. I'm happy to answer additional questions on where those dollars are going. But I can tell you firsthand, we're localizing a lot of those dollars. We're also measuring the work that we're doing. The other great thing is that we are completely in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. You're going to see that throughout as well. And hopefully you've all seen Brian Moynihan out front and center over these last few days and for several years, and his alignment with several global leaders on that front. The third year is that we've made the third bullet is around our multi-year commitments. I point this one out in particular because what we're doing is we're measuring what we're doing and we're staying ahead of the curve. We're meeting our commitments well in advance of the goals we've set. We're also using our intellectual capital. It's not only the dollars that we're providing, but if you think about the intellectual capital we have and it's robust, we're putting it to work each and every day as well. In fact, we have more patents than NASA, and that's growing. And I'm proud to say many of those leaders are right here in North Texas. So we're putting that innovation to work. We have a forum where they can bring ideas to us each and every day, and we're putting many of them into action. So that's high level. I'll step back a bit and talk about our global commitment. We've recently received an award on that front for greenhouse gas management, but that's one of many awards, and I think you have all seen that. And I'll go back to my prior statement. Those awards are great recognition, but what we see is an opportunity for other corporations, other industries to see that and to follow in our footsteps. We've also been purchasing 100% renewable electricity. We've been integrating LEED into our facilities. We've got solar panels, and we're watching our water consumption and all of that as well. In fact, you're going to continue to see solar panels on top of our banking centers all across the country. We have also issued over $9.85 billion in 8 corporate green bonds, and you're going to continue to see that work. Another example, we were one of the first to step up with this type of program, and many are following suit. We have also been a top investor. If you look at in fact, the renewable wind and solar across the U.S., we have been part of 17% of that. So again, a lot of numbers I'm throwing at you today, but they're examples of how we're taking this responsibility and taking action, and again, measuring that work. The next slide may be hard for you to read, but I wanted to point this one out in particular because it goes back to the numbers. A moment ago, I mentioned $1 trillion, which is a huge commitment for us. I'd like to remind everybody that that is on top of a $200 billion commitment that we have already made and come through on, and we'll continue to invest those dollars. And again, all aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Goals. But I know we're all here today to talk about Texas. So I am born and raised here. I have 4 children, and I would like to leave this state better than I found it, so I appreciate this great work of Texan by nature. And I will tell you, Bank of America is clearly committed to Texas. This market in particular in North Texas has approximately 14,000 associates. It's the second biggest market for Bank of America. We have several technology folks here, and we're very committed to the state. So if you look at the state, we've already invested over $5.8 billion in financing for renewable energy. We've also made a commitment to renewable energy, and you may have seen that announced recently over the last year or so. So we've been working on that, and you'll continue to see that put into work. But to hyper-localize it, I just dropped off the phone with a colleague of mine working on our Plano facility. We not only have wind turbines there, but we also have solar panels going in at that location, so it's very exciting. And the way they've explained that to me is we will save so much energy that it equates to taking 801 cars off the road, so a big commitment. So operations and employees. I mentioned we have 213,000 employees in Bank of America, and we have a number of programs, too many to list today, to tell you about that support the efforts. In particular, electric vehicles, that's been something we've been supporting for quite some time. We also support the charging stations at their homes, solar, and a number of other efforts. But one thing in particular we're doing is behavioral change. We have challenges. In fact, I just left a call earlier today on gardening. It is part of our culture. And again, folks are instilling those values in their day-to-day experience with the bank and their home lives, but also bringing us new ideas. We also operationalize it. And the pandemic, as challenging as it was, expedited our movement to digital, as I'm sure it did for all of you. So we were already on that path, but it really expedited the work. And what our folks are finding as they come back to the office, and many more are, there are no printers. So think about an organization like ours, how much paper comes across the desk. What that meant was we expedited all those signatures everybody's used to doing. You can now do it on your iPhone. We're going to continue that work, and our folks have been overwhelmingly happy about that. It creates a better client experience. We like to say we're high tech, high touch, and that's working very well. But we'll continue that work, and it's each and every operational aspect of our business, and we'll continue to improve. It's also our water consumption as we look at our real estate. All of those decisions are made with the lens of sustainability in mind. So governance and policy, and I've heard this throughout the day, are so key in why I think what we're doing is working. It comes from the top down. This week you've seen Brian Moynihan all over the news. He is there personally because this is important. But what it also means is you have to have your policies in place that are very consistent with what you are trying to achieve. So we're very transparent and we're very thoughtful in all that we do. So if something is listed in our ESG framework and it conflicts with any other policy, objective, or goal, we will step back, take a look at that, and reevaluate. And we continue to improve. But it's very clear in our policies and our procedures and how we work together that those things are working. The next visual is one I know you are all very familiar with, and I just wanted to point it out because it does align the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We look at our sustainable finance through these goals and objectives and themes. So if you take a look at our numbers, and again, we're very transparent, and I'm happy to share them with you all, you're gonna see those trends, the renewable energy, the sustainable food, agriculture. This is a view that we show our teammates on a regular basis, and of course externally to our investors and shareholders. But it's important that we frame everything again around the global views. We know we can't do all of this alone, so we're very much coordinated with others across the globe. And I added this slide. I didn't think I could go through today without talking about COP26, but again, a perfect example if you look at this. And we know this is a big moment in time. Brian Moynihan has been front and center in preparing for this and active now to help prepare the guide that's going to help the other banks and us do a better job as we work to net zero. But again, another example, and if you look on the slide at the bottom, you'll see a number of other partnerships, and those are not slowing down. So lastly, on this slide, is our performance status summary. You can access this on our website, and it is very detailed. So some of you may have very detailed questions today about a commitment we have made. Each commitment is within that document, and you can see our progress towards those goals. I'm pleased to say in many cases we have come through and exceeded that goal well ahead of target, and others we have work to do. But the process of making that transparent is incredibly important. People say, inspect what you expect. Well, I recently heard a speaker talk about that, and they said, inspect what you respect. And I think that's very telling. If you look at this and other data, it's something we truly respect and value, and that's why we'll hold ourselves accountable to meeting our goals. So in conclusion, I would just say it's in every part of our company. It's who we are. We're so pleased to be here today. We get a lot of global recognition, which is great, but we all love this great state of Texas, so it's great to see the recognition here. I would also say the work is not done. So I've met a number of you today, but if there's other programs, grants, things that we can support, we would love to learn more and be able to support that right here locally. So I appreciate the time today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Jeray Carlson with Cemex. For those of you not familiar with our company, we are a global building materials company. We produce cement, concrete, aggregates, and urbanization solutions. We have 41,000 employees globally, about 8,500 in the U.S., and 15% of those are here in Texas. Houston is our U.S. headquarters. Our purpose is to build a better future. And for us, that means a more sustainable future. We have, cement is a key part of our value chain, but we're working across our entire value chain to reach net zero. Cement accounts for globally about 5 to 8% of emissions. Here in the U.S., it's closer to 1 to 2%, but we all know that this is a global issue. It's not localized. So we are looking at our operations globally, and including here, as to what we can do to help contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions in our value chain. We have developed a Future in Action campaign, which is really focusing on the CO2 reduction aspects of our operations and also helping us to focus on developing more lower carbon solutions and products. Our ultimate goal is to deliver only net zero concrete by 2050. But our interim targets are in 2030. Those are to help us stay on track. We will be focusing on our cement operations and reducing our emissions over 1990 baselines by 40%. Now, this is the most aggressive target that's been set in our industry, and it, along with our other 2030 targets, have been validated by the Science Based Target Initiative as being aligned with the well below 2 degree scenario. They also align to the 1.5 degree scenario as well. We are going to aim for a 35% carbon emissions or embodied carbon in our concrete line by 2030 and to reach 55% in clean energy consumption. One thing that's key for us to highlight is that for our 2030 goals, we are leveraging proven, known technologies, as they exist today. We are allocating the CapEx needed to reduce our emissions across our value chain, but we aren't losing sight of the ultimate goal of net zero for 2050. So we are starting to explore and invest in the things that we're going to need to close that gap between 2030 and 2050. For 2050, we're going to have to rely on scaling technologies, new innovations. They may not exist yet, or they're just not commercially viable, or they're not scaled to the industrial sector yet. But we're focusing on that, and we're doing that with a lot of partners. Also, to close the gap for 2050, we cannot overlook the role that nature-based solutions can supply. And that is something that we will be working on, and they will be within our roadmap. But before we had any of these targets, we were already working in nature-based solutions. We have had more than 25 years focus of conservation. We have large landscape scale projects, which I'll tell you a little bit more about one of them in a few moments, but we also go down to the hyper-local level. Community engagement is key for us. We want to be a good neighbor in the communities where we operate, and we find that conservation projects are great educational outreach tools, and they're also good employee engagement tools. We have a variety of projects. With the Wildlife Habitat Council has certified 28 of our programs. That's globally. Within the U.S., we have 16 WHC certified programs. We have been producing a Cemex nature book. We did take a break for 2020, but it focuses on key aspects of biodiversity and conservation, nature-based solutions, and we're on our 28th edition right now. We're very proud of those books. And also, we're very pleased to be recognized by Texan by Nature for our Conservation Wrangler projects, as well as Texan by 20. Internationally, we work with BirdLife International as well. One thing that we have been doing for several years is that we did an assessment of all of our quarries around the U.S. and some of our larger operations, and we assessed them for where they were with respect to biodiversity quality. And for those that had high risk, we mandated that on a priority basis that we implement biodiversity action plans. And some of our WHC certified programs serve as that action plan here in the U.S. We are also re-upping that and reviewing it to see the progress that we've made. And similarly, we are working to assess water-stressed areas in our operations. So we've now prioritized the areas that need the most attention, and we are developing water action plans there as well. Our hallmark project is the El Carmen Land and Conservation Company. It is a transboundary nature reserve that borders the Big Bend National State Park, the Black Gap Wildlife Management Area, and other adjacent landowners in South Texas, and goes into northern Mexico. We manage the Mexico and U.S. sides by different companies, but there's a great deal of land under management there, and it is a crucial migratory pathway for various species. We've successfully reintroduced and restored various species, black bear, the American bison, And right now, we're focusing heavily on bird migration. When we started measuring in 2008, between 2008 and 2013, there were 152 species identified, and as of this year, we're up to 265. And we focused on things that help make their migration a success. This is a desert landscape, so we have created like desert oases and food plots for them. We call it, stop, rest, and refuel to help them, and there's also habitat for wintering birds. We've had great success here also with trying to replant native cottonwoods. We recently planted 200 poles, and I'm proud to say that 198 of them took root, and we'll soon be harvesting about 100 poles to share with state landowners and private landowners to help rebuild that population. So that's the large landscape scale project, but we also have very hyper-local ones. We bring school children to our sites, and we teach them not only about environmental education, but about our operations so that they can understand what we do to offset the impacts of our property and how you can sustainably produce materials and what our materials are used for. We integrate our learning programs with state curriculum in a lot of places to make sure that it is aligned. We even do that sometimes with educators so that the tours and information that we provide to them can qualify for their continuing professional requirements in their states. And it's a good learning environment, be hands-on. So between our hyper-local projects all the way up to the El Carmen Nature Reserve and the Texas and Mexico side, we have had students from elementary through PhD candidates. They truly are labs, in-person labs that they can go and measure and learn. For young children, we will do a pre-assessment of their learnings, and then after the program, we will assess them to see the changes in that. We've also started evolving this model to look for the ecosystem benefits, how to measure it, to have the greatest impact, not just for us, but for our communities. And we look for business cases that make sense for us to partner with other groups and develop projects. And one that's particularly interesting is one we have in Croatia, where a formerly used quarry was rehabilitated into an olive grove, and now they produce olive oil. And the land has been donated, and it's operated by organizations that consist primarily of former Cemex employees, but the money that is earned from their olive oil production goes back into educational programming. And then we've also just developed materials, learning materials for native landscaping guides, just to try to help spread the word about the importance of aligning what you're doing in nature with what is appropriate for that region where you are. And now, how does this all tie into emerging models in conservation? Some of our sustainable products include Virtua. It's a family of low-carbon concretes, and you can get it in incrementally lower amounts of embodied carbon. You start with a 30% reduction over the baseline, and then you can progress up to 70. We have seen a market, and we want to push and drive for a market for zero carbon concrete. So we can offer offsets to offset any remaining emissions in the concrete. We're very excited. This is recently launched in the U.S., primarily in California right now, but is moving across the U.S. And we've gotten a lot of attention from our customers, and we're working to reach out to state departments of transportation and architects and other specifiers to educate them on the benefits of it as well. And in terms of the offset projects that we use to offset the remaining emissions, a lot of them are conservation-based, which leads to our use of that right now. We are transitioning to zero emissions, so we are going to have to hit scope 3 as well. So in Colombia right now, they are offsetting a lot of their emissions, over 200,000 tons. And that's just an example of, we're a global company and we share best practices and learn from one another. Here in the U.S., we are using renewable diesel in some of our fleet vehicles. We're also using it in some heavy machinery within our quarries. We have recently in Houston introduced some compressed natural gas mixer trucks. So we are progressing, incrementally towards zero emissions. And one thing we're doing on certification projects as well is that, as I mentioned earlier, when we have assessed our lands for their biodiversity quality, we are now assessing our own footprint for potential opportunities for offset projects. And I'm going to point again to Columbia because they've got a potential for a great project where they can protect biodiversity at the same time and develop opportunities there for the local communities. And working with different companies and organizations and governments, there's opportunity there for a project that could potentially offset 2.7 million tons of CO2 equivalents over 30 years. We are assessing all of our properties. We currently have a property in Nicaragua where we have reforested it and we're protecting it. And we're assessing another location in Costa Rica. In the U.S., our properties tend not to be as large as you might need for that type of a project, but we're continuing to look for opportunities, and also there could be opportunities to share that with other neighboring landowners. So climate change is a big part of what we do. We are integrating change management into our communications. We want to make sure that it is supported, is very well supported from the executive level, but we need to push it down through all layers of our organization to the boots on the ground, the people who are making it happen, and really get their buy-in and their engagement. And we're finding that it's there. Whenever we reach out to them on water conservation projects or community engagement events and Earth Day, they really enjoy it, and it gives them great pride to work for us. And that's just a highlight of some of the things that we're doing, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here and share some of that with you.
Howdy. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to visit with y'all. I hope that y'all appreciate it after I'm done, but we'll find out a little bit about that. We're going to take a little bit of a departure, and so I want y'all to kind of go on a little bit of a journey with me. We're going to go up in the air and then back down to the ground and see what maybe emerges out of that. That's really kind of my plan. I'm not famous for being able to stick to a time, and so I'm going to do my best. The slides are going to look like a movie because I have 11,000 of them, so I'm going to go really fast. I'm just kidding. I'm going to start off with this one, though, because this is a really good one to start with because it confuses everybody from the start. What I want you to think about here, I don't want you to really worry too much about trying to read this causal loop diagram, but I want to put up for you that this is the way that we think about sustainability. And one of the things that's really important to us and myself personally in my work with the King Ranch Institute and our partner, the East Foundation, is how do we innovate to improve the sustainability of ranching? That's so that we can keep working lands working and realize all the co-benefits that were discussed by previous speakers. But I want you to kind of look at two key parts of this slide here. Kind of on the right-hand side, this is kind of an external pressure of world population. People need to eat food. That's a definite thing, right? So people need to eat food. That pressure exists and isn't going to go away. The other part of this that I want you to see, you see the three traditional pillars of sustainability in this graphic. They're kind of in a dark red color. Environmental health, social acceptance and responsibility, and economic viability, that all three of those flow through the same common channel down there in the bottom right, which is improved management of natural resources, right? That is the pathway that creates virtuous loops. The thing with virtuous cycles is that they can all become vicious cycles. Right, it's the same loop, just depends on which direction it's moving. And so the way we want to think about this is ranching as a renewable resource conversion activity. It converts renewable biomass into food products for people. Right? Fundamentally, that's what it does. Along the way, done properly, it delivers a tremendous suite of ecosystem services. And the long-term value of a ranch is contingent on the sustainability of that delivery, right? How effectively the ranch can continue to deliver that and to meet those multiple value creation opportunities that exist. One consequence, though, is that in that process of biomass conversion, methane gets emitted. That's a fundamental fact. In fact, that's the competitive advantage of ruminant animals, is they have the capacity to convert the most abundant biomolecule on the planet, cellulose, into food products that are desired by most of humanity. But the consequence of that is there's a hydrogen sink necessary, and methane is that hydrogen sink. And so we're going to go up in the air and think a little bit about what emissions look like from these systems. The left-hand graph on the screen there is EPA's greenhouse gas inventory, and I like to put that up there for context purposes. And there's a thin blue line down there. That's agricultural emissions, all agriculture, right, in the context of total US greenhouse gas emissions. And what I've done is extract the piece of that that belongs to beef cattle in a life cycle analysis framework. That's the right-hand graph. And what you see in that graph is that kind of gray bar that's right there by 0. That's total methane emissions. That's direct methane emissions from the beef cattle value chain. The dotted blue line is sort of non-methane emissions, most of which aren't directly generated in beef production, but rather through upstream inputs into the production system. And so that's sort of the LCA accounting on a mass basis, right? So that's kilograms or megatons of those gases. As we move forward here, we need to also think about what we really want to achieve. Do we want a lower footprint? Do we want climate neutrality? Or do we want zero emissions? Because those are not equivalent goals. So I'm going to really be talking in the context of climate neutrality for the next couple of minutes. And I want to define that for us as no net change in temperature, right? Atmospheric warming. That's what we think of as climate neutrality, and that's typically the context that that conversation exists in today. Lower footprint, I put this graph on here for the footprint reason. You can see these are the top 10 beef producers in the world by country. And on the far left over there is the USA, the largest beef producer in the world, with the lowest carbon footprint per unit of beef produced. Now, what happens if we decide that we will reduce total beef production in the US as a means of reducing emissions from that activity? Somebody else will produce it. And who might that be? Maybe the number 2 producer of beef in the world. They'll increase their output to meet that global demand. Remember the first slide, right? And when that happens, that would be sort of the, in the greenhouse gas mitigation landscape, right? That's leakage. That means we compensate, right, for lower production in one area with increased production in another area. And the consequence of that is actually a greater emissions intensity for the product that you were trying to reduce emissions intensity for. So we want to avoid that. So here now is another display of that same graph that I showed a moment ago. And in this one, again, that blue line, that's your anchor point. That's still the non-methane emissions associated with the beef value chain. And now what I've done is I've shown methane, still the gray line, right, so we can remember which one it is. But now I've expressed it as global warming potential on a 100-year time horizon, and I'm confident most of the people in the room are familiar with these expressions. If I add those two together, I get the kind of pinkish line up there, right? That's the total GWP 100 emissions from beef. But I want to think about, right, this is part of the innovation. Does GWP 100 give us the best way to think about management towards neutrality? Probably not. And so these graphs here are from a paper. I stole them. I can't make very good graphs, so I stole these from a climate scientist, Michelle Kane, and her team in England. And what we see here is a demonstration. The light blue line, that's the GWP 100 projected temperature change. And you can see that it keeps going up and to the right. Actual temperature change projected is the dark dashed line. And the line that follows it most closely is the one associated with GWP star, an alternative metric for the evaluation of the warming impact of methane in the environment. So let's recharacterize beef production as we think about it in terms of climate neutrality rather than direct emissions reduction. So when we do that, again, the blue line is still an anchor point on this graph, right? That's the non-methane emissions. But what we've done now is shifted the gray line. It's no longer where it was. When we estimate the emissions effects from beef production, from methane on temperature using GWP star, this is the graph we get. When we add the gray line and the blue line together, now we get the green line. And this is going to be about a 20 to 50% reduction in the apparent total emissions profile. But we want to be at 0. So how do we get there? Well, I've left the pink line on here. This is the GWP 100 emissions profile as an anchor point again. And the green line is the one I showed you a moment ago from GWP star. I counted emissions. And what if we could reduce methane production by relatively small amounts? If we could reduce methane production by 0.5% per year, then that would result in that kind of intermediary green line. If we could reduce it by 1.5% per year, that would actually result in apparent net zero climate neutrality, if you will, for the beef value chain by 2040. Is that achievable? Potentially, and we can spend some time talking about that after the fact. Is that the only mitigation pathway available to us? Because remember, methane emissions can't go to 0. If they go to 0, we can't produce ruminant animals. We can't enjoy the benefit of that biomass conversion that is a fundamental proposition in this food production system. But what if, remember we were up in the air, can we come down to the ground? Our land offset's a feasible alternative here. And so what I've shown here is what if, right, spread over the entire grazing lands of the United States, which is a large number. If you take a small number times a large number, you get a large number, right? And so what I've shown here is a couple of different sort of mitigation alternatives associated with land-based emissions, or sequestration rather. The kind of tan line that's intermediary there is 25 kilograms of carbon per acre averaged across the grazing lands of the US. The line that achieves neutrality independently of any other mitigation step is 55 kilograms per acre of carbon. Is that a lot? It's a lot in toto because of the multiple across all the acres. But typically when we think about carbon sequestration, we're thinking about tons of carbon per acre, right? 1,000 kilograms per acre. I'm talking here about 55. Is that a feasible number? And so this graph shows you a study by USDA across the western United States. And what we can see here is if I averaged all those dots together, averages are great at hiding variability. If I average all the dots together, the average across the western United States is 75 kilograms of carbon per acre, higher than that threshold that we wanted to say that we could achieve, 55. But the green lines, I'm not trying to hide it, right? Variability is a real factor here. And there's a lot of factors that drive that variability, and our ability to predict carbon uptake is rather limited because of all those factors. So, is it already occurring? It's a good question, right? These are natural processes that already occur. So if we include that average across the western United States, this is what the climate footprint, if you will, of the US beef industry looks like, that tan line, if we add that land-based offset to it. So the question really is that an internal removal to the system, or is it an external credit that should be transferred to a different industry? That certainly depends on which frame you're standing in and how we would transact that. Certainly there are many existing standards for carbon sequestration in the voluntary marketplace, and there are certainly some emerging players as well, some of whom also recognize non-carbon related ecosystem service benefits. And really this pathway and how it evolves is something that we're quite interested in, and a lot of our work is focused on right now. How do we characterize that variability? How do we help understand where these trade-offs exist as we develop either internal or external offsetting? How do we apply those to systems to help to ensure that ranching remains sustainable and that the landscapes of working lands continue to work for many benefits? So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Tom Constantino. I'm the CFO of Ironox. And before I start, I just wanted to acknowledge what a pleasure it is to speak in front of you, Mrs. Bush, and to be here. A story that I was thinking about as I was sitting here was my father. And the reason I want to bring that up is because my father made a big impact on me throughout my life. I grew up around technology, partly because of him. But he said to me when I was very young, he said one of the keys that guided him through his career was to learn how to speak. And my father grew up with a speech impediment. He actually stuttered. And he was very uncomfortable as a child being around other kids. He was teased because of it. And so my father went into sales. And he went into sales to overcome his speech impediment. And the entire time that I remember my father, I do not remember him once stuttering. He had a great sense of humor. He was a natural salesperson. My dad influenced a lot of people in a very positive way, but he passed away 10 years ago this month. And I think he'd be really happy to know that I'm speaking in front of you today. So thank you. It's truly an honor. Ironox is a technology company at its core that we think we're onto something pretty cool that has the ability to really change the world for the better. And Ironox was started by a couple of gentlemen that had deep expertise in robotics and farming. Brandon Alexander, our CEO, grew up on a farm outside of Houston. And he really didn't like the backbreaking work that went with farming. So much so that they struggled to find adequate resources to do farming. He later on got into robotics and discovered that there was really a strong connection between what robotics could provide for farmers and the data that it could gather to use to apply towards plant science and ultimately towards reinventing the way that we approach farming. And so that's what I'm excited to speak with you about today. Now this image, if you were paying attention earlier, you probably recognize it. If we would have planned it differently, we might have had the earlier conversation showing Big Bend up here right before mine. But this is Big Bend, and it's one of Texas' greatest natural resources, right? It's an 800,000 acre preserve, and it's beautiful. And Texans love the outdoors. They love nature. They love preserving it. And Texas, by the way, leads the nation in production of renewable energy. Unfortunately, Texas also leads the nation with weather disasters. So according to the Houston Chronicle, Texas leads the nation, and between 2010 and 2020, there were 67 significant weather disasters in the state of Texas. And so we think that's troubling, and we think it draws attention to the need for doing something about climate change. And so I mentioned Brandon being from Texas. He's familiar with ranching, and he's familiar with farming and the challenges of that. And he's also acutely familiar with the opportunity to affect climate change for the better, to improve the climate through farming. So we're investing in Texas. We broke ground earlier this year in Lockhart. This is a rendering of a facility that we're building. If you think about the size of a Walmart, if you've ever been in a Walmart, it takes a long time to walk from one side to the other. This is 5 Walmarts. And this is in Lockhart. And we are the largest economic development project Lockhart has ever seen in its history. And they're ecstatic to have us, and we're ecstatic to be there. In fact, we were shocked to find out that we're the largest development project they've ever seen because of the receptiveness of the community. We're providing 100 jobs plus in the community there. And we have access to great talent in Texas. We're near a major transportation corridor. And so we're going to be able to grow fresh, local, quality produce, and we'll be within a day's drive of anywhere really in Texas. And we're not going to be done with this, by the way. There'll be more to come for Texas beyond this. So where we are right now with this is shows you really sort of two sides of the indoor farm that we're building. The north side of it is getting completed now. We'll be harvesting from that later this year and selling our first produce from this facility. We'll be selling basil, leafy greens, and strawberries. And then we'll also be building out the southern phase early next year. But we're really, really excited about this. So when we think about why did we take this approach, what we're really after is how do we eliminate waste? And waste is anything that's required but doesn't make it to the plant itself. And so the plant, consumes a lot of water, but guess what? 70% of the fresh water in the world is required for agriculture today, of which 90% of it never makes it to the plant. So that's incredibly wasteful from a water consumption standpoint. And there just isn't enough water, as we know, to sustain the current practices. If you look at other traditional farming as well, there's a lot of fertilizer, which we know throws off a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. And most of that fertilizer ends up in the groundwater instead of getting to the plant. And so our approach, which I'm going to talk more about, uses precision-based techniques from robotics, from plant science, to make sure that plant is getting precisely what it needs at the right time. And if you look at other indoor farms, there are others, no doubt, but many others require using fossil fuel for energy. And we're instead using the sun. So we're not a vertical farm, and I'll show you some pictures in a few minutes, but we're using natural sunlight. So this really reduces the need for energy in our process. If you think about it in terms of post-harvest, there's just a ton of waste that goes on even before it gets to the consumer. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, about a third of food waste occurs before it even gets in the shopping basket of a consumer. And 40% of all food is wasted, from field losses to the way it's handled and stored, to transportation on trucks. If you buy a head of lettuce, good chance it's been on a truck and stored in cold climate for a week, to getting into retail and potentially being lost due to rottage in the store. So there's a lot of waste overall, pre-harvest and post-harvest. Now, this was really stunning for me to find out. I didn't grow up sort of a conservationist, if you will. I grew up around technology, like I said. And I'm excited. This is going to sound like a lot of doomsday things, and unfortunately, there's some negative things here. But I'm excited about what technology can do to solve problems. Because technologists like to innovate, right? And I do think that's a big part of the solution of where we get from where we are today to where we go in the future. But this was truly stunning to me. So fairly well known, factoid is that we produce about 50 gigatons of greenhouse gas emissions today, annually, globally. And we all know that we need to do something about that before 2050, or our kids or other loved ones that we have may not have a future. That's the grim reality of it. What was truly stunning to me was to contemplate that 4.4 gigatons of that comes from agriculture using today's methods. So we literally cannot solve for global climate change without addressing how agriculture works today. It's so significant, in fact, that it's equivalent in size and scale to the greenhouse gas emissions that come from transportation. I don't know about you, but that was like a mind-blowing data point when I found that out. I never would have imagined that. But between the food waste, which by the way generates a ton of methane gas, to the greenhouse gas emissions that come from fertilizer, to carbon dioxide that comes from transportation or other aspects of using fossil fuels in energy, there's just a lot of waste associated with ag. If that weren't compelling enough, think about arable land. Now, across the globe, arable land has been increasing. However, the arable land per person is going down. Right? Population growth cannot keep up with the availability of land. That's the takeaway. The population growth is truly taken off, right? So it's about 7.8 billion today. It's going to be well over 10 billion by the year 2050. So these two metrics are completely opposed, and we have to do something about it. So the way that we've been thinking about this is, for energy, we all know about solar energy, we know about wind farms, and so renewable energy is well known. But imagine thinking about food differently, and imagine thinking about it as a category called renewable food. And so what if food became part of the solution, right? Everyone needs to eat, we heard that. There's no doubt that the demand is there. But what you choose to eat and what you demand of your retailer or business partner, or if you're an investor, the company you're invested in, as a shareholder, there's momentum. So, like, we want to do something today. It's about demanding these changes, right? We are part of the solution collectively as a voice. Is there a silver bullet? No. But to me, this was something that, the more I thought about it, the more powerful it became, because it requires expecting changes from those that can affect change. And we think that we're onto something that can be part of the solution through using renewable energy, through using less water, growing our produce at scale with precision data and analytics, allowing us to reduce grow times with zero waste, and improving our yield prediction so that we can make sure that the right supply meets the right demand at the right point. And as we think about this new future for agriculture, we think about it in 3 stages. And the first stage is about zero waste. A bit of an example of that, you see in this image, our little friend Grover. He's a robotic system that is about 3x3 or so, and uses LiDAR and uses battery packs and chipset and all that, and it's basically lifting up these 1,000-pound modules, the hydroponic modules you see. This one has basil growing in it. So it's going to lift this up, and it's going to move it to where it needs to be in the greenhouse. So we've developed these digital maps. We developed this system for the robotics to know where to be. And it's going to take this module and have it either be inspected, right? So the root system, we have another system that can lift it up, the actual rafts inside the module, inspect the roots. We have cameras on arms that can then look at the plants and take a 3D image. So for every plant, we create a visual image, and we can study the quality and the yield time, and the grow time of each individual plant. And then, of course, we can also dose with the right precision around fertilizers so that we aren't wasting fertilizers the way that you might in traditional ground farming. And so this is an example of zero waste. And by doing this, we get to a 15x increase in the amount of production we can get per square foot of land or real estate. I think about the plants as renters, and each one of those little modules is a rental building, but that's because I'm the CFO, so I tend to think about financial terms that way. But that's what I keep telling our guys, we gotta get the rent lower. But it's using 90% less water, right? Just a tremendous improvement in water, and we're getting better and better at how we do this. And we reclaim the water, and we reuse it. And so it's about getting all these factors together. The data analytics, you see actually the arm here with the eyes taking a scanned image of the plants, putting it into an artificial intelligence engine, and then getting better and better and more sophisticated at solving this problem. So as a result, we get more accurate yield prediction, we get improved yield per plant, and faster growing cycles. But we're not satisfied yet. So we want to keep going. And the next stage is really about getting to carbon neutral, right? So again, getting this back to how do we create a new category and thinking about food as we would solar or wind energy, right? So how do we look at the best practices of actually taking carbon out of the process wherever we can, right? So a lot of it's getting to be more accurate with predictions, with data, but it's also about putting in the best practices available to get to carbon neutral through this. So the real opportunity is to get to carbon negative. And so how do we do this, right? How do we do this? Mother Nature is perhaps the best tool we have, right? Allowing Mother Nature to do its job, right? So how do we contribute to that? But we're also looking at things like, I was talking to Jason earlier, like, digesters, right? So can you put waste into a digester and generate energy from that? Again, it gets back to technology innovating and getting towards neutrality and then carbon negative. So one example of that is if you just look at the land that's used for farming. And a lot of the habitable land today is used for agriculture purposes, while we have a ton of carbon in the atmosphere, right? But what if we could influence that, right? What if we could change the dynamics and have more trees available? So I love Jenny's presentation earlier. I want to talk to her later about, is there something we can do to collaborate on this? But a 2019 study in the Journal of Science found that the Earth could support more than 500 billion new trees on 2.2 billion acres today, and that would reduce carbon in the atmosphere by 25%. Well, what if we further reduced agriculture needs and we could take out and make available for forest purposes enough land to do that, right? Or go beyond that. I mean, that's an example, not that we have all the solutions today, but that's an example of a way to get to carbon negative. Let Mother Nature do what it's best at doing. So this has been a terrific, for me personally, a terrific journey, and I'm super passionate about what needs to happen, and I feel like, if you're like me, you've never been more an environmentalist or sustainability-focused professional than you are today. And I got into this job, frankly, because I'd been in tech, but I also felt like I wanted this step in my career to be all about doing something great that I could be proud of, that my kids could be proud of. And so we need people on this journey with us that feel the same way. And I don't know, maybe some of you feel like you're deep experts in this topic, but everyone in this room is, sustainability expert to some degree, and it's up to us to get the voice out, get the message across, to be an advocate for this. At Ironox, we need customers to want our product. We think the quality will stand for itself, but if you're a consumer, you'll find our product on the shelf throughout Texas very soon. We need investors. We actually just closed the Series C round led by Breakthrough Energy, the largest climate change fund in the world. We need partners, we need thought leaders, we need innovators, and we need people just getting the right message out that it's time for change. And so before I wrap up, I have one more very quick story. One of my favorite things about Texas, I'm a lifelong musician, and I love Texas for its blues guitarists. And so I grew up as a huge fan of Stevie Ray Vaughan. And so back in, I think it was 1986, the late, great Stevie Ray Vaughan had a rally call for Texas that said, "Don't mess with Texas," which was really about, a campaign for cleaning up Texas, because there's a lot of litter and cleanup needed. And it was a great call to action. Texas did a great job of rallying behind that. I come back and I say, now is the time to call to action again for Texas. If not now, when, right? If not who? If not us, then who, right? So I think, again, another time if Stevie was here, maybe we could use him, bring him up on stage. But it's a great call to action for you all to join us on this journey and make a difference in the world. Thank you.
Thank you to each of our panelists. So at this time, we are ready for questions. If you have a question live, please raise your hand and let us know. Otherwise, if you are virtual, you can send in via the Slack channel or email. So we'll start at the back.
Dr. Sawyer, My family ranches down in your country south of Falfurrias. I noticed that American beef production has a much smaller carbon footprint than many of the other cattle producing countries. What factors generate this lower footprint?
So that's a really good question, and there's a couple of key features to that. One of which is sort of the longer history, if you will, of segmented production in the U.S. And while that often is perceived as a negative, what that's allowed is optimization of throughput. And so in the U.S., we typically have shorter residence times, a smaller supporting population. In other words, we're more productive with the animals that we have and the land area that we have. And so it's really that primarily that results in that lower footprint in the U.S. value chain relative to other players. The ones that have the most intensive carbon emissions per unit of product produced are those that have relied very extensively on large-scale land conversion in order to increase their output. And so the U.S. has actually been really fortunate in that regard, in that we've actually, if anything, reduced the total land area allocated, and the conversion practices in the U.S. have largely been in the opposite direction. In other words, as many of the people in this room are familiar with, we've actually revegetated large areas, and I'm really talking into sort of productive and sustainable grasslands, and that is not accounted for in that graphic that I showed you, but certainly land use change is one of the drivers in some of those other regions.
Mr. Santino, I have a question about the 40% of food that's wasted between the field and the market. You know, that's terrifying, and that number's been around for a really long time, despite the fact that we've seen emerging technologies appear and then, I don't know, fizzle out. And what I'm talking about here is irradiated food as a way to reduce both the carbon footprint of transport and refrigeration, increase the shelf life, increase the safety for the consumer from any sort of foodborne illnesses. And that technology has been around for a long time, and it seemed really, really promising. I know there was a lot of sort of popular cry about radioactive food, but it seems like we're far enough away from the uninformed hysteria that I described that are you or others looking at this as a viable way to reduce that 40% waste? Because that single step there just seems like a huge part of the challenge you're facing.
Yeah, what we're looking at primarily is how do we use, again, kind of precision-based techniques to really minimize how much food needs to be in a supply chain, right? So if you've studied kind of supply chains, one of the biggest inefficiencies in supply chains is the impact of forecast inaccuracy, right? And one way to address forecast inaccuracy, and by the way, forecast inaccuracy is a big problem for any business. The quicker your product rots, right, the bigger the risk is around that. So in technology, semiconductors decrease in value very quickly. So you want to get them to the consumer as fast as you can, but you need to maintain a certain level of safety stock to be able to meet demand. So if we can get our product to be grown, harvested, and immediately delivered to match demand, rather than it needing to come from somewhere very far away, right? That takes out a lot of kind of slack in the system, in the supply chain in terms of safety stock. We can also pivot very quickly because of the modularity of the way that our greenhouses are set up, so that if, let's say, HEB came to us and said, we'd like you to produce for us red peppers, and we don't know exactly what we're going to need yet, but we'd love for you to dedicate a certain percentage of your operation to that. And by the way, 3 months after that, it might be something we don't know yet. We could turn that on immediately because we've laid things out in a way and innovated in a way that allows us to be able to pivot to match demand. So that's how we're thinking about it, is how do we better match demand to the supply and vice versa? And then how do we also eliminate transportation time by having great quality produce grown locally? And I'd be happy to speak with you later more about technologies as well. I'd love that, actually. And my son would love to learn more about the lizards. So.
Hi there, my name is Virginia. I'm with Water is Alive. I'd like to propose an idea about the waste. I'm working with Diamond Onions of Dallas. We purchase about 4 million pounds of onions every day for the restaurant industry. And I am tasked with dealing with all the waste coming off of that. It's about 1 million gallons a week that we are producing into a liquid fertilizer by inoculating that with food-grade microorganisms and growing those microorganisms. And I propose that this is a way that we, as Texans, starting here in Dallas, with Diamond Onions, to tackle not only the 40% of pre-production waste, but eventually the rest of the waste, and cycle this back into the planet where it belongs. So thank you. I look forward to working with you, and I hope that anybody that is interested in this stream of waste and fermenting this stuff and getting it back to replenish our soil and to clean up our watershed would be interested in talking with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hi, Ryan from Desert Door. Jennifer, I have a question for you and kind of for you as well, Tom. So I was just curious of the $1 trillion that you guys have allocated to invest over the next 10 years or 20 years. I think one of the big challenges is, especially in this space, is looking at something that Tom's doing is very venture forward, right? And you guys just ran out, closed your Series C, and you probably sold all equity in order to raise that, yet a large portion of it probably could have been capitalized against a loan if a bank would see you as a different entity than they traditionally look at income statements and balance sheets, right? So that's generally a problem for like venture startup type funds, is banks don't quite know how to look at it in a way that projects forward future earnings and all that type of stuff. So I'm wondering, are you guys thinking about things differently in that regard, in a way that will allow some of these like kind of interesting and new technologies and ideas to actually have a shot at being brought to fruition without selling equity, you know, from top to bottom?
Yeah.
Great question, and thank you for that. And you can speak to your experience as well. And I would say absolutely, and I mentioned earlier at COP26, Brian's work to help with the guide and to guide other banks. It's a challenge we're all faced with. I would say as we look at lending in particular, risk as a whole, we are looking at it very holistically, in a positive way, also looking at greenhouse emissions and other things of that nature. So absolutely working to be creative. It's not an easy challenge, but it's one that we see and hear regularly, and I'd love to get your comments. And that's why it's also important to remember that the work we're doing is not only in the lending. We love that aspect. That's a great business approach for us, but some of it is simply in grants and foundation giving and other ways that we can help as well. So I would say for projects in particular where you're having those challenges, please work through the other doors at the bank where we might be able to support you. But specific to your question, absolutely on the table and something many of us are working through and we know is an opportunity to do more. And while I'm speaking, I also want to extend my thanks to Mrs. Bush. It's such a pleasure to be here. And this is a great example of the type of dialogue you all lead that it results in great action, so thank you for having us. But I'd love to visit with you more.
Yeah, it's a great question. It sounds like you're preparing it for a CFO. Just saying. When you're the owner, you have to be CFO part-time too, right? So I get all that. We're absolutely thinking about it. Look, I mean, we're honored to have, frankly, the type of investors we have. But none of them want to be diluted, right? None of them want to see their share ownership reduced to such a small percentage that they really don't take advantage of the return, right? Ultimately, they have to produce a return. We see because we have such a capital-intensive business model, when we're building greenhouses, we're building robotics, that takes a fair amount of cash. The banks actually really view that as an attractive vehicle because it can be collateralized, right? So what we're building out now in Texas will absolutely be a collateralized asset that allows us to then scale by similar methods going ahead. Because of our early stage, most of the money we need now is to continue to put it back into the innovation engine, but certainly the hard assets we have are highly collateralizable. And then there's sort of a whole spectrum of different types of financing options beyond purely venture-backed. There are some lenders that really specialize in helping to obtain loans that are government-backed that are a really attractive cost of capital. And there are others, Bank of America, for example, Wells Fargo, all of them are accelerating their interest in supporting sustainability businesses. And so I think you're going to see that accelerate. We need more, frankly, government support to be able to enable that funding so that it accelerates, so that sometimes shorter term traditional financial objectives don't get in the way as much as maybe putting an emphasis on some of the things that Mr. Pinero shared earlier. I mean, that's a terrific catalyst for driving change, right, at a level and scale that we can't do individually if used the right way. So yeah, long-winded answer, but I think there's a ton of different ways to go about structuring the financing so that you don't end up ultimately diluting your shareholders and owners.
My question is for Jure with Cemex. I'm from a rocky part of the state, El Paso, with mountains, and I was and desert mountains with nothing to cover up scars. So I was interested in your comments about innovative ways to use quarries or how they've been utilized instead of just leaving a deep hole. I think you mentioned olives, or I like your comments on that, since that's something we live with every day. What's the legacy of that, or what are the possibilities for that?
Thank you for the question. There are a variety of possibilities, and a lot of it depends on the local areas and the priorities and the needs. In some areas, quarries are turned into lakes, water retention ponds. In other areas, we've seen them in our company developed into recreational areas. They've been turned into golf courses or dirt bike tracks and revegetated. And so we are focusing on revegetating ours with native plants and developing it, but we also just try to look at the local context. If flood mitigation is an issue in some of our areas, then we'll focus on things that help mitigate that risk. If, similar to the El Paso track area, if there's a place that's lacking recreation, and it's a collaborative process, that's where the opportunity lies. In some states, there are reclamation obligations that are they're pretty basic, but we're trying to be more strategic about that and develop reclamation plans that have, greater ecosystem benefits. Again, similar to the olive grove, that's a unique project, but there are opportunities. And so I would encourage you to engage in a dialogue, and if you are working or living near such operations, to reach out and start a conversation. In some areas you can reclaim as you go. In some, depending on the mine plan and the local conditions, it's more difficult to reclaim contemporaneously.
Dr. Sawyer, I did have an additional question for you. You touched very briefly at the end of your presentation on the carbon standards that are out there. And I know that that is of great interest to a lot of the folks in the room that are doing land conservation. Can you talk a little bit more about where the data is, what it takes for rangeland and prairies and whatnot to start to realize the potential carbon benefits that their land has? Could you just share the latest on that?
Well, I'll do my best, and one of the slides that I kind of fast forwarded through there at the end was, do we know what we don't know? And so thinking about the land-based sequestration standards that exist, most of those are built around certain methodologies. A few of the emergent ones are quantitatively based, and that's probably an appealing vehicle. In other words, if we can have a direct measurement, then we all have more confidence in that. One of the challenges associated with that, though, is the variability that I mentioned. And so, in my example, I used 55 kilograms of carbon per acre, which is, in the grand scheme of things, a very small amount. If an acre of soil down to 1 foot weighs about 1 million kilograms, right? So 55 out of 1 million is a really small speck. Even a ton out of 1 million is a small speck. And so as we think about our capacity to measure relative change, right? Can I measure 2,000 out of 1 million effectively? That is a pretty significant obstacle today. The methods that are available today that are considered gold standard are direct measurement, in other words, sampling. But because of that large variability, the sampling costs today may well exceed the capacity for uptake over a reasonable time horizon. In other words, I can't repay the sampling expense with the amount of credit generation over a, say, 5 to 10 year period. So we see that as a significant area of innovation opportunity. And so certainly numbers of people are working on that through improved technologies for either direct sampling, modeling, or realistically going forward, augmented modeling, where we are able to acquire, as was discussed earlier, if we can acquire sufficient data at scale for multiple sources, augment those with more rapid and cost-effective direct sampling, then we likely can start to scale and overcome some of the variability issues. So I don't know if I specifically answered your question, but I think that that's really the space where the obstacle exists currently, and some of the contingent risk associated with those contracts.
Thank you.
Hi, Ed Novi from the Alamo Group. I've heard so many outstanding thoughts from all of you. Our particular company, we're located in Seguin, Texas, and I hate to admit it and a little bit embarrassed, I'm a transplant from California. But at the same time, I know that there seems to be this bifurcation between those in the rural areas of Texas and those in the urban areas as far as their thoughts about conservation or sustainability. What are some of your suggestions on how we can bridge that gap?
Well, I'll jump in. I think part of it is a conversation. It's, getting involved in your local communities and getting to understand what the priorities are, what the needs are, and then look for opportunities. There are often areas of common interest for, industry with the communities that they're working in. I think we're a lot of times we're more aligned than people might think, and you just have to explore, your risk, your impacts, opportunities, and see where you have commonalities and where you can kind of partner and engage to move the needle beneficially for both sides.
Could you expand a little bit on that? You guys have done a masterful job in New Braunfels with the garden you've built and the area outside of your facility in engaging with the local community. While New Braunfels is not truly rural, it is a smaller community. And if you could talk a little bit about that engagement, I think.
Yes, we've created a nature center and built a facility where meetings can be held and educational programs can be done, but there are pollinator gardens. Students come out there for tours. They tour our quarry operations. We alternate, I believe it's 3rd and 5th graders, and when you're in 3rd grade, you tour the quarry operation, the 5th grade cement plant, or vice versa. I don't recall off the top of my head, but a lot of that also involves the nature center that we have built out there. We're also very involved in water conservation in the area. We installed a water recycling facility at our quarry there that it recycles more than 10,000 gallons of water per minute. We separate, aggregate fines, and we can sell the product. But it also is very respectful of the stress on the water in that area and has significantly reduced our consumption of water from the aquifer there, and is very dynamic conservation center. There is a vegetable garden that is elevated so that people with physical disabilities who may be in wheelchairs, they can come in and access it. We work through United Way. They've got a program, and they come and they bring their participants, and they harvest the vegetables and the fruit, and they can take some to consume themselves, but they can donate the rest to a food pantry. So we just look for opportunities where, it's, in some respects it may seem small, but those small impacts add up, and they're very important. And if we can do that collaboratively across communities, across Texas, it can have real impact.
It's a very important question. We were just having a dialogue before we stepped in here around that very question. In fact, my coffee this morning was with Tom Luce, who many of you know, who's doing work with Texas 2036. So I would say from our perspective, we are looking to be part of the solution. We absolutely see where the growth is going, especially as you look at that Texas triangle. I do have peers all across the state that focus on the other markets. We collaborate together to look at statewide initiatives. We, of course, have banking centers. It's a very important question that I think is on everyone's mind that we're going to have to solve for. So from our perspective, we're continuing to look at programs across the state that will help with the growth across the state and ways to cover the gaps we may have in rural areas. We also saw very quickly during the pandemic particular gaps, whether it was Wi-Fi or different areas of need across those rural areas, and tried to work very quickly to address those. So from our seat, we also see it as a big challenge. Obviously, a lot of great growth in Texas, but we need to make sure that we're ready for that growth and it's impacting the state in the right way. So we'll stay part of the dialogue.
Did you want to say anything? If Jason doesn't say anything, I'm going to say something about East Foundation.
You should go first.
Okay. So we do see many of our conservation partners helping to bridge that rural-urban as well. In previous Conservation Wrangler, Texas Brigades does that by having a youth leadership program that are based all around the state of Texas. East Foundation has a Behind the Gates program where they take youth out and learn about ranching and more about rural heritage. And so there are programs throughout the conservation community that are available, and all of those programs are in need of support and in need of participation and partners to make sure that they're fully subscribed and utilized to the best manner possible.
I'm Richard Seeline with the Resilience Innovation Hub, which is a national network of nodes around the country. We're partnered with the Insurance Information Institute and the Reinsurance Association of America. What's not been discussed completely, it's been touched on, and Joni, I think you and I had a little chance to talk about this, but this is much more updated. In 2022, the reinsurance industry in the United States has to reinvest $1.6 trillion. We've already had $1.5 trillion of losses on the U.S. Gulf Coast and a similar amount in different parts of the country, from droughts, floods, fires, snow, ice. I think one of the opportunities here, and I'd like to get y'all's sense of a new model, and that is, and Bank of America has done some of this already, but I think there's another next kind of stage to take this, and that really is a stack of private philanthropic public partnerships called P4s, and it's similar to the model that we did in the Chesapeake Bay with a little company called Walmart, a little company called Prudential, another little entity called the Nature Conservancy, and by the three of them coming together, they therefore inspired the EPA in the state of Maryland to come and bring all the tools of the public sector. So I'd like to kind of get your thinking about how we can take what we've heard today and in Texas create this type of funding model that really unleashes what ends up being $1 trillion+ from the insurance industry, about $550 billion of federal funding, and the $12 trillion of generational wealth that's about ready to move.
Yeah. Jennifer, would you like to
I'm happy
start?
to take a stab. It's absolutely something we're very focused on, and I hate to go back to my conversation this morning with Tom Luce, but part of what they've looked at with Texas 2036 is obviously some of the impact we've seen. I would say globally as a firm, we've absolutely seen the expense. For example, the winter storm had a huge impact on us and our general operations. It really put us on the map for what could happen in those situations. So from that perspective, we've seen the impact, we know the opportunity. To your point, we absolutely see is an opportunity where it's going to have to be that private-public partnership, federal funds. And so I would say we have national conversations with our public affairs partners, but we're also looking state by state. As you know, it can be very unique in each state. So I raise that example of my morning meeting because that's an example of how we're taking some of that statewide knowledge and what's happening with the legislature and bringing that back to our national conversations. So I would not say we have the solution. We see the need, and it's growing. We have looked at the forecast. We know that this is not going away, so we've got to solve for it. But again, I would say we're looking for that collaborative solution, public-private partnership.
Thank you. One last question, 30 seconds on each. You guys are obviously at the forefront of your industries and your fields on the next steps in innovation. What models are you guys looking at right now? What are you keeping an eye on as far as what's next for you, what's next for the future? And I'll start with you, Tom.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, because it's on our radar, right? So we have to keep on our radar the best sustainability practices in sciences, plant science, artificial intelligence. So all those kind of foundational technologies that are critical for us. But we're also watching others that are in this space to see how they're approaching this. We think our solution combines all these different sciences uniquely and better, but we can't ever feel complacent with that. So I think we're also just watching in general how, I mentioned funding because I tend to think about funding quite a bit, but how the funding availability evolves. Again, I think really we're at an inflection point where that's going to improve, but it takes a while for these types of businesses to actually scale, and they're capital intensive. So that's another thing that we're watching carefully. And I think those are probably the key things. I think that maybe the third is really in your neck of the woods, Dre. I mean, with Cemex, for example, we're very interested in sustainable construction, right? And so greenhouses are, they can be very cheap, they can be very expensive. And they can be also not necessarily the most friendly carbon methods. And so I'm interested particularly in how do we find the right intersection of carbon neutrality and cost efficiency for our industry.
Fantastic. Jason?
So, I guess that thinking for us, how we are thinking about what's next or what's immediate, and then maybe what's slightly beyond that. I've already mentioned the issues around measurement and metrics, and I think the Ecometrics discussion earlier was a really great example that if we want to cause positive change through management or action, we have to have reasonable metrics, right, to manage toward. And one of the challenges that exists, and even in my talk, the difference between global warming potential on a 100-year time horizon versus GWP star versus one of the myriad other characterizations of emissions, that the targets move. And so in each of those may be appropriate in a certain setting, but maybe open up the discussion and have it be a bit less positional about what metrics are appropriate for what purposes, so that we can develop the appropriate technologies to hasten and reduce cost of measurement so that we can quantify progress. That would be a very generalized statement, I think, about what's next or what we are paying a lot of attention to in the broad space. More immediately, I think, would be back to the question about rural versus urban. And in the context of what are appropriate metrics might also be how do we have better conversations about what's real, what really matters to people. How do people, say, that are charged with land stewardship effectively communicate about the good works that they do and have that be well received? How might they better understand what the demand space looks like and be able to more effectively deliver that? And One area for that would be the further development of these marketplaces for those types of things, and that does come through partnership and discussion. The very last kind of thought that's related to that is how will, if you think about sort of the evolution of measurement and assessment, does that also then create volatility in the valuation of any sort of tradable conservation asset? And so I tend to think about these things really from kind of a risk management profile, right? Like if I'm going to enter into this or commit a large tract of land for a very long time, how might we actually evaluate and mitigate those sort of contingent risks that are associated with, I'm going to call it, it's not really price volatility, right? It's value volatility, because the value in many ways currently is perceptive and not concrete. So those are kind of the things that I guess we're thinking about the most and would like to make more progress in.
Thank you. Jeray.
I think it's very important for us to look at things from a life cycle perspective, and that's one thing that we're doing. As I mentioned, we're trying to get to zero carbon concrete, which is the end of our value chain, but that value, that product, is not the end product. It goes into the roads, the streets, the bridges, the homes, and when it's there, there's embodied emissions when it's in place, but the use phase of the built environment has much higher emissions. And so I think that we all have to take a step back and understand that no single person or sector or industry has the solution. We all need to work together. And so if we can take the bigger picture and try to take a more holistic view and understand, what are the things that you can do along your own value chain to help contribute to reductions, that's where we're going to really see dramatic shifts. We will see redesigns of projects. They will be designed to take advantage of the properties that the materials incorporated into it provide. For example, concrete acts as a carbon sink. A lot of people don't know that. We've known it for a long time. The IPCC has recently recognized it in their literature as well. We're looking for opportunities to divert waste from landfills so that we can recover energy to displace some of the fossil fuels that we use in our cement kilns. So that would contribute to a virtuous cycle, which is the term you used earlier. Concrete it's recyclable in and of itself. So that's our approach right now, is that we're looking all along the value chain and the stakeholders that plug into our value chain so that we can start working with them as well to move the needle collectively.
Thanks, Jeray. And Jennifer.
I'd say many of the same themes, but we are looking at speed, right, and scale. How can we work across the globe collectively to move the dial? Of course, getting capital into the right hands and working to expedite that, and we'll stay very focused on it. But I wouldn't underestimate AI. AI is a huge part of what we're doing every day. It's improving our efficiencies and across the board. I think your conversation was great, but we're going to see AI continue to move the dial collectively, but scale, again, and moving very quickly.
Wonderful. Well, thank you guys very much. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And if you guys wanted to go ahead and take your seats, feel free. As the final panel is taking their seats, I just wanted to again thank each of our speakers today for taking the time out of their busy schedules to prepare, to really share their learnings, and to provide their expertise across many different areas today. We deeply appreciate you being here and the time it took to prepare to be here today. I also want to thank again our partners and members that made today possible: Lida Hill Philanthropies, Marathon Petroleum, HEB, Enbridge, Phillips 66, NRG Reliant, EOG Resources, and DD Rose, and all of our silver and bronze partners as well. You see them on the panels outside the door, and you've seen them on the screens throughout today. We appreciate your commitment and are deeply, deeply appreciative for it. So at this point in the day, we've heard a lot about Texas and our leadership and just where we are as a state in economy and people and growth and natural resources. And it strikes me that we have all of these things, but we have more. We have history, we have expertise, we have innovation, that we've heard about today that's happening all over the state. We also have opportunity. I challenged you at the start of the day to take part in radically shaping the future, to taking advantage of the tailwinds of the past 18 months and really moving forward for progress. We heard from a variety of viewpoints, and we have a lot of lessons to take home, some notable, like lizards being a Trojan horse. Everything starting with liquor. We've had some gems today. But in all seriousness, we have heard a lot of fantastic ideas to take home and really employ in our own areas. And so for us, what is this future of conservation? What does it look like? How do we define it? How do we shape it? What role are we each going to play as we move forward? The future, it's innovation, just like we heard in this last panel, using tech and science differently to feed a growing population, like Iron Ox is looking at, and others, using materials in ways that are beneficial, like Audubon, Texas, developing and offering new products that achieve neutral impact, like Cemex. The examples are all around us, and we have the opportunity to build on what they're doing. The future is collaboration. We heard a lot about this throughout the day, but some of the sound bites that I really enjoyed were, just from Jure. It's a life cycle. We're all in this together. It's more than just collaboration. It's looking at the entire life cycle and engaging at every single point in the value chain. It's bringing diverse organizations together, like Desert Door is doing with the landowners across the state of Texas, San Antonio Zoo with landowners and training new dog handlers, even if they don't have dogs. It's pretty amazing. It's following the example to work efficiently and build on each other's expertise and capacity. The future is metrics focused. There's a business case here. We heard a lot about that. Let nature do what nature is meant to do, and the value is there. We can, step away from some of the emotion of nature being warm and fuzzy. We heard that from Jenny. And we can really dive into the metrics that are in front of us. We're combining our business acumen and leadership like never before. Examples with the Texas Longleaf team and our Canadian partners showing the way with some of the programs they're implementing with Texas as well. The future will be new models and methodologies. We heard about really forward-leaning from Dr. Sawyer at the King Ranch Institute and financial incentives, especially in the Q&A period from Jennifer Chandler, on how they're looking at funding new opportunities, how to engage differently with banks, and what that looks like in the future. And most importantly, we're hearing about realizing the return on conservation, utilizing nature for what nature was meant to be. And it really is a true opportunity to do exactly what we set out at the start of the day, which is to make Texas the model of conservation for the world. Again, we heard the stats. We're the leader in renewable energy. We're the leaders in all energy. We're powering the world. And we have an opportunity to do that in a very different way moving forward. So the future is intentional. We heard go with intent. Participate. It's participatory. Be stewards. Be open in our communication and open in the capacity that we have to achieve it. Come to the table and bring what you have and develop relationships from there. We will select what our emphasis will be. Today is our slowest day. Really liked that one as well. So today we have that opportunity to understand that it's our slowest day. We're going to move faster and faster and faster towards progress. We have an opportunity to realize progress we haven't yet imagined. Again, I challenge you, don't make today just a listening session where you think, oh, that's a good idea, that was a fun project. That's cool, it's fun. Make today an inflection point. Go home and do something differently. Help us, join in a movement. Make sure that every Texan in your organization, in your community, in your schools, everywhere where you have the opportunity to make an impact, start the movement. Make sure that every Texan is engaged in conservation impact as we move forward. Each of us shaping the future that we're defining collectively. This is the opportunity in front of us, and I'm excited to have you here. So thank you very much for being part of this conversation today. Thank you. So at this time, if we could stop the virtual portion of the day. Thank you for everyone who joined virtual. We are moving into something that we will only be doing live in advance of an announcement tomorrow, so please stop the virtual streaming. And for those who are still in the audience, we're going to take a few more minutes, and we have a very fitting end to the day. So we are actually going to recognize our 2021 Texan by Nature 20, which will